Okay, we're ready.
State's next witness is Investigator Danielle Connor.
Raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
Solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
On the board of witness stand, I'll step on the United States.
Investigator Connor, could you please state your full name for the record?
Danielle Connor, first name Danielle, last name Connor.
And Investigator Connor, could you please describe where you're employed and what your position is?
I am employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department as a crime scene investigator.
And what is a crime scene investigator?
A crime scene investigator responds to any scene or that detectives or patrol sergeants or officers dispatch us to. We respond to process the scenes for evidence. The processing includes photography, note-taking, diagramming. We also do Pharaoh Scans, which is an electronic device that'll create a 3D view of the scene.
And how long have you worked for the police department in that capacity?
As of today, approximately 5.5 years.
And did you respond to 3571 Murfreesboro Road on April 22nd of 2018?
I did, yes.
And can you describe when you got to the scene, what you found?
When I arrived on scene, patrol officers were already there. The scene had already been put up with crime scene tape around the perimeter of the parking lot. There were multiple different units still responding when I responded. When my first initial view of the crime scene itself, I noted that there were 3 deceased individuals at the scene. I was also notified that several victims had been transported to hospitals. There were numerous cartridge casings in the parking lot and the interior of the business, as well as a firearm. And the parking lot contains several vehicles still.
And for this particular scene, were you the only crime scene investigator that was working, or did you work with a team?
I worked with a team. When I responded initially, 3 partners responded with me. We all work the midnight shift, and then we had 2 additional individuals meet us there later in the morning from the day shift team.
Were you the lead investigator in that team?
That's correct.
And take us through kind of your process of leading that investigation. I know you've described the scene as you found it, but what were the first steps that you took?
So when we first arrived on scene, I met with Detective Patton and the vice president of the Waffle House. It was imperative to me to view the surveillance video first off to get an accurate description of the suspect, as well as an understanding of what took place, what the incident was.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
And have portions of that surveillance video been kind of put together to give an accurate depiction of what happened that night?
As far as I know.
Your Honor, at this time, there's no objection with defense. We have agreed that the surveillance video would be entered, but I would ask that this disc that has 5 separate videos on it be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. All right, now. And Investigator Connor, you said that you viewed the surveillance video, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then what were your next steps?
After viewing the surveillance video, I had established the back door to the restaurant as our, what we deem like the working entrance. That way we aren't going through the front door where I had viewed the suspect entering and exiting. That eliminates any additional evidence being introduced to that area, as well as taking away any evidence. After establishing that, we had put up these black screens for the 2 victims outside the restaurant. We do that to maintain their privacy and to keep the view of any additional people driving down the road from viewing the victims. After putting up the scene screens, we kind of had to take a step back out of the scene. There was some concern about the truck, so we had to wait for bomb squad to arrive and clear the truck. While they were doing that, from my view of the surveillance video, I had seen the suspect taking his jacket off as he exited. So my thought was, where is the jacket? Was it still with him, or had he maybe lost it or dropped it during his flight? So I had started to walk his path of flight south down Murfreesboro and located the jacket.
And as part of that process, I know that you were describing photography and note-taking and Pharaoh scans. Did they use Pharaoh scans at this particular scene?
Yes, we did.
And can you describe what a Pharaoh scan is generally?
So a Pharaoh scan is an electronic device. It uses a laser beam and mirrors to collect millions of data points. The data points are then put into a point cloud, and using associated software, that point cloud is then rendered into 3D imaging of the scene. We're not talking like a model. It'll be almost like a video. It'll allow anybody viewing it to view the scene as I saw it when I was processing it. So it'll be almost as though you're there walking through the scene with me when you view it.
And is it, obviously it's more complicated than this, but is it kind of like taking a picture and wrapping it around so that you can move around that picture image?
Yes, it's a 360 view. So you can rotate, with the software, you can rotate the image you're looking at to look all around you, up at the sky.
And the Pharaoh scans that were done at this scene, I guess, are there a lot of them?
Yes.
And were they done of the exterior and interior of that scene?
Yes, so we scanned both the exterior and the interior of the scene using 2 scanners, and then the scans from the 2 were stitched together to create an overall Pharaoh viewing.
And were photographs taken of that scene?
Yes.
And I would assume that there are a large number of photographs taken.
We took almost 900 photographs, including the overall of the exterior and interior, all evidence, the victims.
And have certain photographs been linked into the Pharaoh scans for purposes of showing the Pharaoh to the jury at this trial?
Yes, they have.
And at this time, I would ask that the Pharaoh scan, which is on a thumb drive that we have, just be marked as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be number 4.
Right.
And I will ask to submit it once we are finished publishing it, but I would also ask to publish that to the jury.
No?
Investigator Connors, can you kind of just describe what is being shown on the screen right here?
So this is an overall, like, what's termed as a bird's eye view of the scene itself. The little purple or blue or red little numbered markers are where each of the Pharaoh scanners have been set up and collected each individual scan.
Now I am going to begin by going to the scan that is labeled 100, 100. And can you describe what is seen here? And I am going to pan towards the south. Or I'm sorry, towards the north of Murfreesboro Road.
Yes, so here we have Murfreesboro Road. Across the street was a shopping complex where media and a lot of people were arriving for the scene. This is one of the entrances into the Waffle House off Murfreesboro Road from the north side. We had brought out our large crime scene truck out to the scene. Inside there's workbenches and all of our processing stuff that we can use to process evidence right inside the truck, as well as to keep it safe and secure once it's collected. So here we have, you can see two sets of crime scene tapes. So we have the interior crime scene tape and the exterior. The interior maintains the scene itself. That sidewalk in between we used as our area to like liaison with detectives and anybody else arriving to the scene. And the exterior disallows anybody not allowed into the scene from coming even onto the sidewalk.
And I'm going to go to scan 100, 101. And can you just describe what is seen here?
So this scan has moved south down the sidewalk. Usually, the scanners are usually placed about 20 steps, 15 to 20 steps from each other, so that there is some overlapping data. This is the Waffle House at 3571 Murfreesboro Pike.
And there appears to be, I think you've already identified the beige truck.
Yes.
Can you describe what's next to it?
So to the right of it, right here, is that black scene screen that I have been describing. So behind that, it was put up to block the view of one of the victims lying on the sidewalk.
And it appears that the doors to that vehicle are open.
Correct.
Is that how the vehicle was found, or can you describe?
When I originally arrived on scene, the doors were shut. They were open when bomb squad had cleared the vehicle.
And did you determine anything about the other vehicles that were in the parking lot that day?
So most of the vehicles they belonged to either patrons that were there at the time of the incident or workers. I had been later informed that the Honda at the front of the scan right here is what belonged to the victim, Mr. Perez, and that the car to the right of the truck, this one right here, had belonged to, I believe, Sharita Henderson.
And going to scan 100, 102, can you describe what is shown here?
This is also a view of the Waffle House, more of a direct view of the front door. The Waffle House is located on the west side of Murfreesboro Pike, so this would be the east side of the restaurant.
And moving to scan 004, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so this is just another angle of that parking lot and the Waffle House. Moving down on the scan, you can see that the parking lot continued along the west side of the building, which also led to an exit back over here that came out onto Summercrest Boulevard. As you can also see, the little spots, it had started raining while we were out there.
And the next scan is 003. Can you describe what is seen here?
This is the northwest corner, well, where the Waffle House is the northwest corner of this intersection. Yep. So On the streets here, we have this street right here is going to be Murfreesboro Pike. South is the farther away view, and it runs north. Going this way is Summercrest Boulevard, and then if you cross the intersection, it turned into Pinhook.
And moving to scan 002, can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a closer view of that intersection. Those trucks are parked on Summercrest Boulevard into the entrance of that neighborhood.
And moving to scan 001.
Yes, so in this view, you can see that more crime scene tape has been put up over here at the corner of the intersection. That is where I had located the green jacket, believed to have been Mr. Reinking's when he had fled southbound on Murfreesboro Pike.
And it appears that there are two people that are standing there.
Yes, the two individuals here are officers. Anytime we find any evidence in an exterior part of the scene, we always make sure that an officer stands by it to ensure that it is not removed or tampered with.
And moving to scan 000, can you describe what is shown here?
So this is closer to where that jacket had been found. This is the intersection Murfreesboro. If you look up the hill in the view we have here, that's going to be southbound on Murfreesboro Pike. And where you have right there with the number 1 is the jacket I have been describing. It was green in color and labeled evidence marker 1.
And is that how the jacket was found?
Yes, it is.
And I am going to click on the evidence marker 1. And this will be photograph. There are actually a set of 41 photographs that are included in the Pharaoh scan. Those will be marked A through OO, and those will be submitted as a collective exhibit with the actual Pharaoh scan.
So the scan itself, we're gonna mark as exhibit 4 and the photos contained within it, 4, 5. 4-1-8-00, how do you want to do it? Which way do you want to do it?
If we can do the thumb drive is 4, and then the photographs is 5, A through OO, so that they're separated.
Exhibit 8-00.
And so this first photograph is exhibit 5A. Could you describe what is shown in this photo?
This is a photograph of that jacket marked as evidence 1. That ruler placed up at the top corner of the photo, we placed for the Pharaoh scans. It helps to keep the Pharaoh scans accurate because we can use the Pharaoh scans to create a diagram later based on measurements. But that is the jacket that I had located at the southwest corner of the intersection.
And this is exhibit 5B.
So within the jacket, in each of the front pockets, I had located a rifle magazine, each containing 30 cartridges.
And can you mark those two magazines?
Yeah, so
that you
here is
described
one
in
of
the
them
picture?
that have been removed from the one pocket, and then the other one's still inside that pocket.
And this image is 5C. Could you describe what's shown here?
Here we are demonstrating with the photo the cartridges that were still inside the magazine.
And Investigator Connor, did you collect those items as part of processing this scene?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to stand up an item.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the item that's just been handed to you?
Yes, it contains a ripped green jacket with possible blood stains.
And is that the jacket that you collected from this scene that you've just described?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that be entered as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be number 6.
Number 6.
Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
Yes, it contains 2 TAM rifle magazines from pocket of green jacket.
And these items of evidence, do they have labels that have a complaint number and other identifiers where you're easily able to tell what the item is?
Yes, so all of our packaging will have the complaint number associated with the incident, the time and date it was collected, as well as the location, and then the evidence seals will have my date and time, or my initials and the date.
Your Honor, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And I have a third item to hand this witness. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
Yes, it's 60 Pt.2 Remington cartridges from the magazines.
And those were collected from the actual magazine and removed and packaged separately, is that correct?
Correct, yes, so 30 each came from each of the 2 magazines.
And Your Honor, at this time, I ask that that item be introduced as the next number exhibit, which I believe
Number 8.
is number 8. And so I am going back to scan 001, which you have already described, and going back to scan 002. And now going to scan 006. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is the parking lot that is located on the south side of the restaurant. Here you can see we also still have the 2 layers of crime scene tape put up. And over, kind of by that, I believe by the blue tent over, somewhere over here, was a second entrance exit to the restaurant off Summercrest Boulevard.
And can you describe what is shown here?
This is a view of the south side of the restaurant. The windows towards the bottom middle squares, 2 of them appeared to have bullet strikes to them.
And I am moving to the photograph that is actually labeled broken glass window. Can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a close-up photograph of those 2 windows on the south side of the business. There appear to be at least 2, if not more, bullet strikes through that window. Those
Exhibit 5D, can you mark on this screen what you're referring to as the at least 3 strikes to this window?
Yes, so there's one right there, and possibly a third one here. It's hard to tell with how the window had fractured and broken out, because there could be additional in that missing glass, but for sure the 2 at the bottom we had clearly identified as bullet strikes through those windows.
And I am moving now to scan 005. Could you describe what is shown here?
This is the parking lot more towards the front of the business. The truck you see, the tan or gold truck, what is the suspect's vehicle. The little yellow markers in the parking lot are marking the evidence or cartridge cases that we had located. You also can see in this view, one of those black screens right here. This is where Mr. Perez had been located.
And I am moving out to scan 009. Can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so scans a little closer to that truck in the evidence. You can see that we marked the evidence starting with evidence marker 2 because the jacket had been 1. So you can clearly see 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which were all cartridge casings. They were all RP.223 Remington.
And I am moving to what is marked in the Pharaoh as EM2 through 6, which is Exhibit 5E. Could you describe what is shown in this photograph?
So this is a photo of that same view you had seen previously on the Pharaoh scan. Here you can clearly see that 2 is marking a cartridge case, 3 is marking a cartridge case. And then there are more up by the door of his vehicle as well as near the sidewalk. From this view, you can also see that the truck had an Illinois license plate on it.
And did you collect all of those cartridge casings with the evidence markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
After all processing was done, yes.
And I am moving to EM7 through 11, which is Exhibit 5F. Could you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer photograph of those markers 7 through 11 near the driver door of the truck. They also are all marking cartridge casings. All were also the same brand, RP.223 Remington.
And I am moving to what is marked in the Pharaoh as EM17. And this is also Exhibit 5G. Could you describe what is shown in this photograph?
When searching the scene, we also searched the bed of the truck, and 17 is also marking an RP.223 Remington cartridge case.
And moving in the Pharaoh to what is marked as D2, and this is Exhibit 5H. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is the front of the truck. This device back here behind the truck is that Pharaoh scanner that I've been referencing. The top part of it, this part, will spin around to collect that 3D point scan. Evidence marker 12 on the hood, down past the hood near where the windshield wipers were, was also a cartridge casing. And then right here is a bullet defect to the hood of the vehicle. And we had determined that it had gone from the driver's side towards the passenger side of the vehicle.
And you refer to that as a bullet defect, but does that appear to be a bullet hole where one of the bullets struck the hood of that vehicle?
Yeah, bullet hole strike defect. Mm-hmm.
And moving to what is marked in the Pharaoh as EM12. And this image is Exhibit 5I. Could you describe what is shown here?
This is a photograph of that cartridge casing I've been talking to that had been down within the hood by the windshield wipers. It's right here. So that was marked with evidence marker 12.
And was that collected along with the other shell casings that you have testified about up to this point?
Yes, it was.
And moving to Pharaoh Scan 10016, could you describe what is shown here?
This scanner is placed near the sidewalk or on the sidewalk, near the entrance to the restaurant. To the right here, we have a window that also had a bullet defect in it. And then this back parking lot is to the south side.
And I am clicking on what is marked as broken glass window, which this is also exhibit 5J. Could you describe what is shown in this image?
This is a photograph of that broken window that I was describing. There appeared to be a bullet defect to the window there. With the amount of glass that had shattered out, there could have also been several others. It was unclear, but we could see one for sure through that window.
And still in this scan, kind of going back through the parking lot, can you describe what is shown here?
These black screens are those screens I had talked about, the scene screens that we put up to block the view of anybody on the street from the victim. The victim at the bottom of the screen closer in is Mr. Perez, and then you can see Mr. Sanderlin back here on the sidewalk, as well as the suspect's vehicle.
And I am going to go to what is marked in the Pharaoh as V2 and what is also exhibit 5K. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
That is victim Sanderlin, who was found on the sidewalk near the northeast corner of the restaurant.
And I am clicking on what is marked in the Pharaoh's EM 13 through 16. It is also exhibit 5L. Could you describe what is shown here?
This is a photograph of several cartridge casings that we had marked 13, 14, 15 near on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant. That's the suspect's vehicle to the left side of the photo. The scale again is used in our Pharaoh scans to create an accurate measurement.
And I am moving to what is marked in the Pharaoh as EM16. And this is also exhibit 5M. Could you describe what is shown in this image?
This is the victim, Mr. Perez. Evidence marker 16 was marking the hat that was laying next to his body.
And this photograph has been redacted in some way, is that correct?
Correct. There have been, in post-processing, the little 2 black squares near the hat have been placed there.
And the Pharaoh, can you describe kind of, I've imaged down and there's a white semicircle. Could you describe what that is?
So the white semicircle, or it'll be a full circle, but it is where the legs of the stand for the scanner are. It can't scan down around between those legs. So in the base of those triangle legs, there will be a circle that doesn't get scanned. That's why we do multiple, so that any additional will cover and then complete that view of that. Towards the wall of windows on the left side, right here, was what appeared to be a bullet strike to those bricks.
And I am going to go what is marked as D4 within the Pharaoh. It is also exhibit 5N. Could you describe what is shown in this image?
Yes, so here's a view towards the windows from that. Here we have marked that defect I was referencing with a sticker scale to give a size of the defect. And it appears that there was a ricochet mark leading to that defect on the concrete.
Check it out just a minute. Your Honor, the parties have agreed to allow this witness to testify more than once, and at this time, I'm going to complete this portion of her testimony.
Just to explain, you're usually when a witness is called to testify, they testify about the type of knowledge that they have. In this case, I thought it was necessary to have the record down in the parties to make sense to you.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Oh.
So just a couple of quick questions.
Mhm.
You did extensive pictures and Pharaoh scanning of the parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, there were several scans that dealt with the positioning of the vehicles in the parking lot, correct?
That captured the vehicles, yes. Mhm.
And you said that the tan truck is the one you're attributing to it being Mr. Reinking's truck, is that correct?
From viewing the surveillance view, that's the vehicle that the suspect had exited out of, yes.
And that parking lot that you were in, it had 2 handicap spaces, if you recall.
I don't
Remember
recall per
that?
se, but
It's fair to say from the pictures that you showed, I believe it being Exhibit 5E, and the Pharaoh scan number was 009, that if the scan showed that there was an empty handicap spot in front of the window of the Waffle House and another handicap spot where Mr. Reinking's truck was situated to the right of that, would you dispute that?
I'd have to see the photo again that you're referring to.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you looked at these photos to prepare for today, right?
There were almost 900 photos,
Right.
so I can't say which exact photo you're referencing, sorry.
Right, and the ones that, and I'm just speaking now about the ones that you went over with the district attorney during your examination just now. You saw those when you were
Right.
showing them to you, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall there being a photo of Mr. Reinking's truck? that you
Yeah, there
reviewed?
were several photos of the truck. I can't remember the exact positioning. My focus was more on the evidence in the photos.
Right?
If you could show me the photo again that you're referring to.
Do you have a physical copy of 5E? Your Honor, I'm going to publish picture 5E.
That is,
All right, can you see that photograph?
Yes, it appears this truck might be in a handicap spot. Yes.
Right. And what I'm showing you has been previously marked as the state's Exhibit 5E,
Okay.
just for clarity of the record. And do you note that there's a empty spot, I guess, to the left of the yellow lines?
Are you referring to here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And that's where the actual windows to the Waffle House begin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To the right of that is a brick wall. Is that right?
To
the right of those windows, if you were staring at the Waffle House, kind of the same vantage point that this picture is taken, if you're standing at the Waffle House, to the right of those windows is a brick wall that's part of the Waffle House, correct?
on the Waffle House or by the parking lot of the Waffle House?
No, I mean, the building that is the Waffle House, it's
Yes.
brick, right?
Yes.
Right. So when you're staring at it, at the Waffle House from this vantage point where this picture was taken, you see if you're looking at the Waffle House, you see a bunch of windows?
To the left of the photo, yes.
Yes.
Or windows.
To the right of the photo, what do you see?
In front of the truck is brick, yes.
Not glass.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Raise your hand.
Never.
Thank you, Judge. Please do not sit down.
Thank you.
Please do not self-injure your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Call your next one.
instead of called Chelsea Owens.
Stand right here, raise your right hand, and be sworn, please.
solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon. Would you please state your name for the record?
Chelsea Owens.
Just want you to take off your mask, make sure everybody can clearly hear you.
And Ms. Owens, can you spell your first and last names?
CHELSEY, OWENS.
Great, thank you. Back on April 21st, going into April 22nd, 2018, or in the early morning hours of that Sunday morning, April 22nd, who were you with?
I was with Alexis Peoples and Kayla Shaw.
Okay, and make sure you keep your voice up, please.
Oh, sorry.
And man, where had y'all been?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Where had y'all been before you?
We had went to a party prior to going to the Waffle House.
Okay, great. Who was driving?
Kayla Shaw was driving.
Right, and who decided to go to the Waffle House?
It was my choice to go to Waffle House when we decided to go.
All right, and were you planning to eat in the Waffle House or?
We had ordered to go to, Kayla actually went in to pick up the Waffle House that we ordered to go.
Okay, where did y'all park when you got to the Waffle House?
We were parked in the back side of, the back part of the parking lot, like right in front of the door almost, but not in the parking spot in front, but the second row of parking
The
spaces.
second row of parking spaces. And did you back into that parking space?
Yes, sir.
All right, who was driving at that time?
Kayla was the one that backed in the parking space and went inside the Waffle House.
All right, what did you and Alexis do when Kayla walked in?
We were sitting in the car talking.
All right, did you see this goldish brownish truck pull in and park in the handicap space right in front of the,
Yes, sir,
Waffle
I
House?
did.
and was there anything odd about it?
Yeah, when he pulled in, it was very aggressive. Was driving just irate when he was pulling in.
Did you notice it at the time?
Yeah, I noticed it at the time.
Did y'all talk about it at the time?
Nah, we didn't talk about it. We were talking about something else, but I noticed how he pulled in.
All right, did the driver of that truck get out immediately upon
No,
parking? How long do you think the driver sat in the car before he got out?
I'm really not sure as far as the time frame is, how long he sat in the car, but it wasn't immediate that he got out. He sat in the car for a moment before he got out.
Could you tell what, if anything, he was doing inside the truck?
I couldn't see inside of the vehicle.
All right. At some point, did you see that driver of that truck get out of the car?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see when that happened?
I saw him get outside of the vehicle. It looked like he had something in his hand, might have been a cigarette or something, not sure. And then I saw him just stand there and lift the gun up and start to shoot.
Okay. What was he wearing, if anything? Did you notice that?
It was just a long coat, that's all I remember.
All right. Do you remember anything else about his clothing at all?
No, the only thing that I could see from where I was that he had a coat, like a long trench coat on. I couldn't see anything past the coat.
Okay. At what point did you notice that he had a gun?
When he raised it up after, like I saw him raise the gun up and he took the shot and I watched the whole thing come.
Okay. Can you describe the gun in any way? Was it a little handgun? Was it a bigger
It
gun?
was just a longer gun. It was like, I don't know what kind of gun. I'm not really familiar with them, but it was a big gun and he raised it up and started shooting.
Can you demonstrate for the jury how he raised it up and started shooting?
Yeah, it was just a simple, just like casually just raised the gun up. It was just raised it up and the first shot went off.
Okay. Did you see the direction he was shooting?
The way he was standing, it was like at an angle of the door when he raised the gun. I'm not sure as far as like where the gunshot went. I was more so paying attention to the gun.
All right. Did you see who he was shooting at?
Not particularly the person who he was shooting at. All I saw was him shooting. I was paying more attention to him than the people he was shooting at.
Did you see either of the men fall to the ground after he shot
Yes,
them?
I did.
Were you able to see both men as they
Yes.
fell to the ground?
Yes, sir.
What did he do after he got done shooting those men?
He walked inside of the Waffle House and started shooting the people in the booth. And he continued to walk around to shoot people as he walked through the front part of where they have the bar, and he walked that way.
All right, so he walks in the entryway to the Waffle House, right? And were you, from where y'all were parked, could you see in through that glass?
Yes, sir. I could see through the glass.
All right. Did he start shooting toward his right or toward his left when he walked in there?
When he walked in the booth, it was people sitting in the booth to the right side of him when he walked in.
Okay. After he got done shooting at those folks, what did he do?
He continued to walk past. It was the way that the Waffle House was. He continued to walk past the bar area to shoot, and then he came back.
All right, so he shot to his right, and then he took a few steps to his left and was shooting in that direction as well?
I wouldn't say to the left. I'm not pretty sure as far as where his steps were taken. I really wasn't paying attention
But
to
toward the bar area?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what did he do after he got done shooting in that direction?
He came back around towards it was like walking towards the entrance area where him and James Shaw began to fight over the gun.
Were you able to see Travis Reinking and James Shaw actually get into their fight?
Yes, I did not see the first initial punch where he hit him, but I did see them tussling over the gun.
Right.
And like fighting each other, and I watched him run out of Waffle House.
All right. Were you able to see when the two men got the gun over their head?
Yes, sir.
And did you see when the gun was thrown back toward?
Over the counter? Yes, sir.
All right. After the gun was thrown over the counter, what did those two men continue to fight?
A little bit. They tussled a little before he ran out.
Okay. And when you say he ran out, who ran out?
Travis.
Okay. So after that tussle with James Shaw, Travis Reinking was now back outside of the Waffle House. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said when he ran away, what did he do?
When he ran away towards the left side of the Waffle House, going towards the left. And we were still sitting there, and Kayla, she ran out. Probably like a few minutes after he ran out, Kayla ran out as well, and she got in the car and we drove off. As we were driving off, we saw him running down the street in the grass area, like not too far off the road.
All right, before even as he was running down the road and before Kayla was able to run out to you, what did you do? Did you get on the phone with him?
I was on the phone the entire time. When he made the first shot, I believe I called the dispatch like as soon as he made the first shot, because it was shocking at first.
And when you say call dispatch, you mean call 911?
911, yes, sorry, yeah.
So you called 911, as soon as you first shot, you're calling 911?
Yeah, it was probably like a few seconds after, because I was in shock a little bit, but once I realized like what was really going on and it was real, I called 911, and I stayed on the phone with 911 until the police came at the gas station.
Okay, so when Kayla runs out, you're still on the phone with 911?
Yes, sir.
And what did Kayla do when she got out and got back to the car?
She drove off.
All right, so now it's still you, Kayla, and Alexis in the car, and Kayla's driving off, and you're still on 911?
Yes, sir.
All right, as you drove off, what direction did you go?
When we came out of the parking lot, we went to the left because we went through the light, headed towards the Shell station down the street from the Waffle House.
And did you, from the time you left the parking lot, did you see Travis Reinking again?
Yes.
Where did you see him?
We saw him probably, it was a few yards from the Shell station where I saw him, because I remember telling the dispatch lady that he was between the wooded area right before you got to the Shell station. So I saw him running running in that direction.
All right. How far away from the Waffle House was that?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. It's not that far. It's probably like a couple of minutes down
Okay.
from the Waffle
A
House.
few hundred yards, maybe?
Yeah.
And at that point was how long from the time that you'd seen him run out of the Waffle House? A minute or two, longer, less?
To be honest with you, I can't remember. Time really wasn't, everything was moving pretty fast at that time.
Okay.
But it wasn't far after, like, we left out.
All right. When you got to the gas station, what did y'all do?
We waited there for an officer. The lady said that the ambulance and the officer would be coming, and we waited there for somebody to eventually come.
And did you stay there in the parking lot of that gas station until police came?
Yes, sir.
And then you cooperated with the police at that point and told them everything that you saw?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was Kayla injured when she got back in the car?
We were unsure. That's the only reason we stopped at the gas station is because we didn't know if she had got hit or not. I did see blood was on her and she had scratches and stuff, but we weren't sure if she had been hit or not.
Okay, great. And did all this happen in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a second, Judge. You got it. All right. Those are my questions.
Well, one second. No question. All right, thank you, ma'am. Your next witness. Our next witness.
The state's next witness is Trisha Perez.
Would you stand right here and raise your right hand if you want, please?
solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
If you look forward to it, stand up, step in.
Hello. Hello, Ms. Perez. Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Patricia Perez, P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A, last name Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
And are you the mother of Joe Perez Jr.?
Yes.
Is that your only son?
No, I have 2 older sons as well.
And I'm going to ask that this witness be handed an item. Ms. Perez, do you recognize the item that's just been handed to you?
Yeah.
And can you describe that photograph?
This was taken at his second cousin's birth. It was a picture that was taken. I used to call him Kim K. He used to love to take photographs. He was a selfie king.
And is that a photograph of your son, Joe Perez Jr.?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask permission to publish that photograph and also ask that it be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 9.
Right.
Ms. Perez, what is your son's birthday?
September 22nd, 1997.
And in April of 2018, how old was your son?
He was 20 years old.
And how long had he been living in Nashville?
Exactly 4 months. His brother came up here to open up a business. His brother's business expanded. He wanted family. So we were all going to make the move to Nashville together. But he asked Joey to come down first because the business was getting bigger. So Joey decided to go ahead and come with his brother at that time. So I drove him down here to Nashville on December 22nd of 2017.
And did he have a car that he drove when he lived in Nashville?
Yeah, he had a 2007 Honda Civic. Like I said, I drove him down here just to make sure that he got here safe. That was one of the things that we agreed on, and I flew home. And yeah.
And after April 22nd of 2018, did you see his car again?
Yeah, on the day that the incident, my mother called me to inform me that Joey hadn't made it home, and she had witnessed something on the TV, and she was worried, and she wanted me to call Joey because Joey always answered me. I called, he didn't answer, I didn't get anything, and then I asked my mother to wake up my son and tell my son to go to his cousin's house. But I ended up pinging Joey's phone, and it pinged at the Waffle House. That's where I sent his brother to. His brother found out. I flew out next day.
Ms. Perez, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I need to ask you specifically about the car.
Okay, so
When you saw the car again, was there anything wrong with it?
yes, his flashers were on, and when I went with the key to go and drive the car, we were going to drive the car back to my son's house. He had a flat.
So he had a flat tire on it?
He had a flat tire on the front driver's side.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perez. I don't have any other questions.
No question. Thank you, Ms. Perez. You next.
Blanche Anderson.
So stand right here and raise your right hand and be sworn.
solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ma'am, could you tell us your name, please, and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Blanche Anderson. First name Blanche, B-L-A-N-C-H. Last name Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
Miss Anderson, did you know Torian Sonderland during his lifetime?
Yes, I did.
And are you related to him?
Yes, I'm his aunt.
And on his mother's or father's side?
Mother's side.
So, were you there around, knowing him from birth?
Known him from the day he was born. I live in Illinois. I came down and spent the first 2 weeks of his life with my sister when he was born.
And did you stay in touch with him throughout his lifetime?
He lived with me a couple of years in Illinois, so we were very close.
Ms. Anderson, I'm going to ask the court officer to take a photograph up to you. The council's seen, approved. being handed a photograph, do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
This is Tarian.
And I would ask that be, I believe, exhibit number 10, Your Honor. I know it gets a little awkward to get the TV back and forth, but if we could.
My staff can use the exercise. He needs to be working.
Ms. Anderson, looks like a picture of a very happy young man.
He was. He had a beautiful smile.
Did you know what he was doing for a living?
Tarian loved to cook from a little boy up. And he was a chef at the Waffle House.
Did he enjoy his work?
He loved his work. He's always loved cooking, and he wanted to be a chef one day.
Do you know approximately about how long he had been working at the Waffle House before this incident?
Tari started working at the Waffle House February 17th of 2016.
And do you know how long he had been at this particular Waffle House?
At this particular Waffle House, he had just transferred down there on February of 2018.
So it was a relatively new Waffle House.
Relatively new, and he transferred there to be closer to home. He lived about 3 blocks from there.
When was the last time you saw Tarian alive?
The last time I saw him, I came down for Thanksgiving, and I helped him cook a Thanksgiving dinner. That was the Thanksgiving before the year he was killed.
Are his mother and father here in the courtroom today?
Yes, they are.
I ask you, though, to
Yes, they asked me
do
to speak
this.
for Tari.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No question. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
All right, next one.
Under the state recalls Investigator Daniel Connor.
Is it in line with the shit on the okay?
Investigator Connor, we left off kind of right outside the Waffle House with your crime scene processing, which I would ask if we can go back to that same point that we left off at.
Okay. Do they? No.
And you had just described the defect in the sidewalk.
Correct.
And I am now going to navigate to scan 12. And can you describe what we're seeing here?
So the scan is now inside the restaurant. the windows right here to the left are the ones that we were viewing from the exterior of the business.
And so as you pan to the left, you see that broken glass at the front of the building,
Correct.
as well as you can see the vantage point to the suspect vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe what is seen in this direction as we have continued to pan towards the front door?
Yes, so the front door consisted of a double entry. There were two doors. So the exterior door is the one here, and then it was kind of a square little entryway, and then this was a secondary door into the business. Again, you see that little yellow evidence numbered markers that we put out to mark what we were collecting as evidence. On the floor by the white towels is also apparent blood. And then you had 3 booths along this north wall of the restaurant, and then some counter seating. This darker door led into a hallway where the bathrooms were.
And just to clarify, this front door area here, there are no strike marks to that door, is that correct?
Not that we had seen, no.
I think there's a smudge and maybe a glare there, but there's no actual strike marks.
Correct.
And kind of panning back towards where we began the scan over by the booth.
Mm-hmm.
I am clicking on what is labeled booth with glass in the Pharaoh, which is exhibit 5O. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
So previously, when we were on the exterior of the building, we had seen some windows. This is going to be on the south side that had 2 to 3 defects to it. This is that interior view of those same windows. So we had that first broken window here, and then the second one is over here behind those booths. Right here on the back side of that booth is another bullet defect that we had labeled.
And navigating to what is labeled in the Pharaoh as D1, and there are 2 photographs. The first photograph, 650, which is introduced as exhibit 5P. Can you describe what is shown there?
This is a closer up photo of that defect I was just talking about. And we have this long scale going vertically is to give a height of that defect on the back side of that booth. So we had labeled with the scale it as defect 1, and this was what we had determined to be the entry side of that defect.
And navigating to the second photograph, which is labeled 0657 and is introduced as exhibit 5Q, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the other side of that same booth. Here it's labeled D1A and was what we determined to be the exit side of that defect.
And navigating to Pharaoh Scan 11, can you describe what is shown here?
So these are booth seatings that were along the south side of the restaurant. The defect I was talking to was on the back side of this bench seating. 37, the little yellow marker, 37 was for a black Nike tennis shoe that was under the table. And then 35 right here was a pile of clothes and some white towels. Over to the right side, there's a little walkway that goes behind the counter into the kitchen service area.
And I am navigating to what is labeled EM 35 and 37. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a photograph of those 2 markers I just mentioned, with 37 being the tennis shoe under the table and 35 being a hat and a sweater, and then there were some white towels also brought out.
And this is Exhibit 5R. And I am going to navigate back to scan 12. And again, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so we have the front entry doors. To the left side behind the counter was the cooking, the kitchen area. We have evidence markers 21, 20, and then towards the back wall, there's some more evidence markers marking additional cartridge casings.
And I am navigating to what is marked as EM 20 through 21 and is Exhibit 5S. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a photograph of those evidence markers seen in the Pharaoh scan. Here we have evidence marker 20 being a cartridge case as well as 21, and then farther back are additional evidence markers.
And were those collected as well?
The evidence marked with those, yes.
And navigating to what is marked as evidence EM 22 in the Pharaoh scan and is Exhibit 5T, can you describe what is shown here?
This is one of those booths along that separates the kitchen. This is by the entry door here. The kitchen's on this back side. Evidence marker 18 back here was marking a cartridge case. There was a little metal well with some water, and the cartridge case was down in the water. Evidence marker 22 is also a cartridge case on the table, and then we had some cell phones and some personal items.
And does this photograph indicate where Miss Grove's body was at the time that she was found at this scene?
Yes, so at the lower bottom of the scene, of the photo, this red checkered item is that of Miss Groves.
And that image was Exhibit 5T. I am navigating to what is marked in the Pharaoh scan as EM 18. And there are two photographs, the first of which is 0582, which is Exhibit 5U. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
So this is the separation between the patron side of the restaurant and the kitchen side. So here we have the booths, this is that booth we were just looking at. And this is taken from behind the counter with evidence marker 18, referring to a cartridge case down in that well of water.
And this is 0583, which is Exhibit 5B. Can you describe what is shown here?
That's a close-up photo of that well with the cartridge case in the water, marked evidence 18.
And was that case also collected?
Yes, it was.
And I am navigating to what is marked as EM 24 through 30 in the Pharaoh scan, which this is Exhibit 5W. Could you describe what is shown here?
So this is a photo of those farther back evidence markers with additional cartridge casings marked 24, 25, 26, up to 32. As you can see the photo, there's not a 29. The 29 was off to the right of the photo. And then back here in the corner is that door leading into that back hallway where the bathrooms were, which is along the north side of the seating area.
And this photo also does not show evidence marker 23, is that correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And navigating to what is marked in the Pharaoh as EM 23, could you describe what is shown here?
So this is a photograph of a cartridge casing, the one marked 23. This is going to be under that previous table we had looked at where the markers were on top. And as I stated previously, this red and black checkered item was a piece of clothing that Miss Groves had been wearing.
And this is also the image that is Exhibit 5X. And navigating to what is marked as EM29, can you describe what is shown here?
This photograph shows evidence marker 29 in relation to those previously viewed evidence markers, all being cartridge casings that were RP.223 Remington.
And this is also Exhibit 5Y. And navigating to what is marked as EM30 through 33. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer photograph of several of the cartridge casings that were marked, evidence markers 30, 31, 32, and 33, and that's going to be this back wall is that north side with the bathroom hallway attached.
And this image is also Exhibit 5Z. And Investigator Connor, did you collect all 30 of the shell casings that you have described in your testimony today?
Yes, after all our processing was done, that being photographs, creating a diagram or sketch of the scene, and all related Pharaoh scans that we've been viewing, all 30 cartridge casings were collected as evidence.
I'm going to ask that this witness be handed an item. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
Yes, it's 30 RP.223 Remington cartridge casings with the case identifying information and my initials.
And Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 11. And moving back to the scan, I am navigating to what is marked as D3 in the Pharaoh scan. And there are two photographs. The first photograph, 0669, is Exhibit 5AA. Could you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so this is the hallway door leading to the bathrooms. D3 is a bullet defect or strike or bullet hole in that pane near, or the trim near that window, which subsequently shattered the window.
And are you able to mark where that strike mark is?
Yeah, so the scale is labeling the strike mark to be right here. It's on the door, not the window.
And so that's about in the middle of that area, is that correct?
Correct.
And navigating to image 0675, which is introduced Exhibit 5BB, can you describe what is shown here?
So this is the back side of that same door. Here towards the top, we have the exit side of that defect labeled D3A, and we have a vertical scale marking the height of that defect on the door to be approximately 4 feet 8 inches up from the ground.
And I am navigating to what is Pharaoh Scan 017. Can you describe what is shown here?
This scan is inside that hallway leading to the bathrooms. So from this view with the scan, that bathroom door is this one here that is now open for the scan. We have the door to the right here is a door leading to the office. Evidence marker 36 at the bottom is marking a lead fragment. There's a evidence marker here. That was a rifle magazine that we had located right inside the door in that hallway. And then to the left side, we had the two doors to the bathrooms, the men and then the women's door, which was out of order.
And I am navigating to what is marked in the Pharaoh as EM36. This is also Exhibit 5CC. Can you describe what is shown here?
So evidence marker 36 is marking this little piece of lead fragment from the projectile, and that is at the base of the door leading from the hallway into an office.
And I am navigating to what is labeled in the Pharaoh as EM34 and 36, which is also Exhibit 5DD. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a photo relating 36 and 34 to that door leading into the hallway.
And now navigating to what is marked as EM34 in the Pharaoh, which is introduced Exhibit 5EE.
Evidence marker 34 is marking a rifle magazine that is on the hallway side of the door separating the hallway from the restaurant.
And did you collect that item as part of processing this scene?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that the witness be handed an item. Investigator Connor, do you recognize the item that's just been handed to you?
Yes, it is evidence marker 34. It contains one rifle magazine.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 12. And I am now navigating to Pharaoh Scan 100114. And can you describe what is shown here?
This is a view, the scanner is set behind the counter on the worker or kitchen side. You can see the evidence we had previously talked about labeled 35 and 37. The shoe belonged or matched a shoe I had later received from Miss Wagner's clothing. And then the scan is now going behind the counter, so reviewing the worker area. And then within view is a rifle that we had marked as evidence marker 19 is located on the kitchen side of the counter.
And I am navigating to what is labeled EM19 in the Pharaoh scan. There are 3 images, the first being 0586, and is also Exhibit 5FF. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
So this is a Bushmaster 223 rifle. It was marked as evidence marker 19. When I viewed it, there was apparent blood on it, and we also noticed that there is no magazine located inside the weapon when we had found it on the floor.
And navigating to image 0587, which is introduced 5GG. Can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a closer up photograph of the barrel of that weapon. It's a little hard to view on the photo, but there was apparent blood on this area of that weapon.
And navigating to image 0757, which is also exhibit 5HH. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
So this is a photograph of the weapon once we had picked it up off the floor and rendered it safe. This is the evidence box that we would be packaging it in. The scale at the bottom is to show the approximate length of the barrel.
And was this item also collected?
Yes, it was.
Investigator Connor, do you recognize the item that's just been handed to you?
Yes, it's a Bushmaster rifle marked as marker 19.
And that item is the item that we've just seen in the crime scene that was collected as part of this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, the photo or the item in the box should be that same weapon in the photo that we're viewing.
And can you describe what steps are taken to ensure that a firearm is not operational prior to it being actually put into evidence?
So when we're at scenes, when we originally pick it up and collect it, before we package it into a box and transport it to our facility, we render it safe by making sure there's not a magazine in it, which there was not when we found it. And then we also clear the chamber to make sure that there is not a chambered round. And then upon collection, before we zip tie
package
through
into the
it
box
to
and
transport
show
to
and
our
signify that
facility,
it has been rendered
we render
safe.
it safe
And
by
is
making
the
sure there's not a
firearm in this
magazine in it,
particular
which
evidence
there was
piece,
not
has
when we
it been
found
rendered
it.
safe?
It was on scene, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open that item to display it to the jury.
All right.
I believe so. I think that they can view it. And that firearm has been rendered safe, is that correct?
Yes, so there's a zip tie here around it. That'll signify that it was rendered safe. There's also no magazine in it. And check it, make sure.
And that firearm has been rendered safe, is that correct?
Yes, so there's a zip tie here around it. That'll signify that it was rendered safe. There's also no magazine in it.
Be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 13.
Check it, make sure. And there is no round in the chamber.
Thank you, Investigator Connor. And at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 13.
Yeah.
And Investigator Connor, I am navigating to what is scan 100012. Can you describe what is shown here?
So this is at the north back end of the restaurant. This is attached, so over on this far side over here is that kitchen area we were just in. This is farther back in the kitchen with the offices. And if we pan around.
Which actually, I believe that I am in a separate scan. I'm going to navigate to 0012. If you could describe kind of what is shown here.
So this is in the threshold of the that back counter kitchen area that where the weapon had been found. You can still see it over here. And as we scan around, then we'll go into a farther kitchen area that will lead to some offices and a back entrance into the restaurant that was on the north side of the building.
And this is, if you can describe, is this the door, other side of that door that we saw in that bathroom area?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that door is locked, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this the entrance that you said that the crime scene investigators were using so as to try to not disturb the scene as much as possible?
Yes, when we came in to watch the surveillance video, that's the door we had entered into. The office is off back in here. And then that's what we deemed the working entrance. So anytime we needed to come in and out to do any processing, we used this door rather than that front entrance glass door.
And Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any other questions for Investigator Connor, but we will be calling her one third and final time.
All right. Well,
No questions, right?
all right, thank you. Okay, let's go down.
Thank you.
But again, as I discussed in your testimony, this would be called.
Yes.
All right, next one.
The state's witness is Shondell Brooks.
Right hand before, please.
Solemnly swear upon to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ms. Brooks, can you please state your name for the record?
Shondell Brooks.
And Ms. Brooks, could you please spell your first name for the court reporter?
Yeah, Shaun, SHAUNDELLE.
And Ms. Brooks, do you live here in the Nashville area?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
4.
And Akilah De Silva, is he one of your children?
He is.
And when was he born?
November 17th, 1994.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a photograph. Ms. Brooks, do you recognize the photograph that's just been handed to you?
I do.
And is that your son, Akilah De Silva? And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that the photograph be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 14. And if I may have permission to publish it to the jury? Ms. Brooks, in April of 2018, how old was Akilah?
He was 23.
And at that time, was he dating anyone in particular?
Yes.
Who was he dating?
Tia Wagner.
And is that Miss Shantia Wagner?
I'm sorry?
Miss Shantia Wagner?
Yes.
She goes by Tia, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And you said that you have 4 children. Is one of them Abede da Silva?
It is.
And how old is your other son, Abede?
How old is?
How old is Abede? How much older is he from Akilah?
They're like 5 years apart.
And does he have a nickname that he goes by?
Abedi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tough guy.
Do some people call him Ishan?
Ishan, his
Okay.
middle name, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Oh,
No questions. Hey, Ms. Brooks, you said that.
thank you.
Fine.
Say calls, the bed is civil.
Raise your right hand if you want, please.
You solemnly swear upon the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Abedi Da Silva, Abede Da Silva, Dasilva.
Mr. Da Silva, did you have a brother named Akilah?
Yes.
And how old was he in relation to you?
You said how old?
How much older were you than him?
Like 5 years and some change. Like almost 6 years apart.
And you're the older brother?
Yes.
Were you with him on April 22nd, 2018?
Yes, I was.
Who else were you with?
My girlfriend at the time, Alexis, and Shantia, his girlfriend.
What were the 4 of you doing?
We had went out to a hookah lounge, and we decided we wanted to get something to eat before we went in the house.
Okay.
Just speak louder to the
Did you guys live in the Antioch area?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you live together?
No.
Were you riding together that evening?
To Waffle House, yes.
Who was driving?
Kayla was.
And about what time do you think you got to the Waffle House?
I don't know. It had to be like it was around 3 something, like 3:30, 3:15, something like that, somewhere around 3 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I guess as you guys are driving to the Waffle House, what, if anything, are you doing or discussing?
We're just talking about, just life. I was talking to him about, just we had seen one of our cousins at the lounge, and they really weren't on speaking terms. And I was just telling him like, you guys need to just put that behind y'all and just get over it. Life is too short.
You trying to give him some brotherly advice?
Yeah.
When you got to the Waffle House, what did you guys do?
We got out and we went inside, and we sat down at the chairs by the window, and we ordered our food.
Did you recognize any of the other people inside the Waffle House?
As in, did I know them?
Yeah.
No.
As you were sitting down ordering the food, what if anything is going on?
We were just sitting there waiting. It took a little while, and Akilah was asking us, did we want to stay or did we want to leave?
obviously we're here, so you guys stayed. Why did you stay?
I think we didn't even get the chance to really decide if we really wanted to leave yet. It was when he asked me that, it was probably right before everything happened.
Okay. So you said everything happened. What do you recall happening?
All of a sudden, I just seen glass breaking and bullets flying, like hitting the glasses. Inside the store, the dishes that was set up over the stove in Waffle House in the kitchen.
Okay. What did you do when you started hearing the glass shatter?
I ducked down and I went towards the right, towards the bathroom.
Okay. Did you know immediately that it was gunshots?
Yeah.
Okay. And you ran to the right. Did anyone go with you?
Alexis did, my girlfriend.
And what about Akilah?
He went towards the left.
And Shantia?
She also went with him.
So you guys went in opposite directions?
Yeah.
Was that a plan, or did you discuss that or anything?
No, I mean, I just think by us sitting in the middle, it was probably directly in the middle of in the restaurant. So I feel like probably him going that way was faster for him, because it was like him sitting right here, I was sitting right here, and they were sitting in between us. So he was more closer to the left, and I was more closer to the right.
Okay. So what do you do when you run to the right?
We ran into the bathroom where Brendan was at the time. There was someone else in the bathroom, and we just went in there and they locked the door.
Was there a door before you got to the area where the bathrooms are?
It was a door that, like a push-in swing door to go into the hallway of the bathroom, and then there was a bathroom door to the right.
Okay. And so you said you went inside the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who else was inside the bathroom with you?
Alexis was, and Brennan,
okay.
Jack Shaw's friend.
Did you know Brennan at the time?
No.
Okay. Ooh. What's going on while you're inside this bathroom?
Everything's registering to me what's going on now. So now that I'm thinking my brother's out there, I try to run back out there and they stopped me. And before I could even run out there, it was more shots fired inside.
Okay. Were you guys scared at all?
Yeah, once I tried to run out and I heard the shots sound like it was right beside me, yeah, I just backed up away from the door.
Did something happen in the bathroom? Anything happen that maybe?
Well, Brendan was on by the toilet, so like he pressed up against the flush, and it made a loud noise. So we got kind of nervous about it, thinking like somebody might hear us in the bathroom.
Before you guys entered the bathroom and locked it, were there other individuals in that back hallway space that led to the bathroom?
I didn't see anyone at the time, but after we came out, I seen someone come out of the female bathroom.
Okay. And so when you came out of the bathroom eventually, how long did you wait, I guess?
I came out of the bathroom and I heard, as soon as I was coming out, I heard everybody saying it's over, he's gone. So I went out there to the hallway, back into the restaurant, and I ran outside.
When you heard that it was over and ran outside, why did you go outside?
I was looking for my brother.
You didn't know where he was?
No.
Was he outside?
No.
Did you see anybody outside?
I seen Joe outside.
Joe Perez?
Yes.
And what did he appear to you?
He was laying there. I knew he died. I could see his head.
Okay. And you didn't know Joe Perez at the time?
No.
Okay. Did you see anyone else outside that may have been injured?
No.
Okay.
I came back in. Well, I ran down to the end, and from inside, I could see inside, and I could see where my brother and Tia was laying. So I ran back into the store. So I went back this way, went in the store. They was on the opposite side. I ran back in there, and when I seen them, well, when I first came out the bathroom, I seen D'Ebony, and I went past there, and I went outside, and I came back in. When I seen them from outside, and I went to the slit beside him, I seen him and Tia was still alive, so I ran over there to them.
Okay. You said you saw, the first person you saw when you came out of the bathroom was D'Ebony.
Yeah, D'Ebony Sharita, yes.
And of course, you testified that you didn't know D'Ebony and Sharita beforehand.
No.
I guess, how did you learn these names? Well,
I mean, I learned their names after everything happened.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so when you went to your brother and where your brother Akilah and Shantia were, well, describe how they looked.
Well, well, Tia was like on her back, but she had like one foot up, and she was on her phone. I think she was talking to her mom at the time, and my brother was laying on his stomach. Both of them were they were both panicking, but my brother was panicking a little bit more. So once I seen that Tia was okay, she was shining her leg, I started giving attention to Akilah.
Okay. What was he saying, if anything?
He was just yelling my name. He was just telling me he was in pain. I was just laying there with him, just letting him know that everything's gonna be okay.
Were you able to do anything to actually kind of help him?
I just laid there with him. I didn't want to hurt him, so I just put my arm like by his back, and I laid there with him. And I just looked him in his eyes, and I was like, "You're gonna be all right."
At some point, did an officer? At some point, did any officers come into the Waffle House?
Yes.
And how about any paramedics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What happened once they arrived at the Waffle House?
Well, they came over there. They came to my brother, and they turned him over, and they said that I heard them talking to each other, and they were saying he was shot in the arm. And some more paramedics came in, and they started I guess they was patching him up. And they was getting a stretcher.
And did you ask them about his status, how he was doing?
Yeah, I did. They said he was fine. He just was shot in his arm. So, I just thought he was gonna be okay.
And did you see them put him on the stretcher?
Yes.
And did you see them take him to the ambulance?
Yes.
Was he still alert and speaking as he was, or able to speak as he was on it?
Yeah, as he was on the stretcher, he kept jumping up off of it, like he was panicking. He was saying he couldn't breathe. He kept looking at me and telling me he couldn't breathe.
Mr. De Silva, did you get to go in the ambulance with your brother?
No.
When's the last time you saw him alive?
On the stretcher.
So is that, when he told you he couldn't breathe, is that the last words he said to you?
Yes.
When did you learn that he had deceased?
They finally let me leave, and I went to the hospital. And I was on the phone with my mom, and she came back because she got there to the scene, and I kept telling her that he was okay. So I called her. She was like, "Are you sure he's okay?" Because they're saying someone's here and they're in critical condition. And I'm like, "Yeah, he's okay." he just was shining his arm. I was talking to him. So we got there, and my mom was still at the emergency room in the front. And I probably wasn't even there for 5 minutes. And they took us to the back to tell us he didn't make it.
Okay. Mr. Da Silva, you recall this morning when we looked at a portion of the surveillance video from inside the Waffle House?
Yes.
Okay. And did that surveillance video, at least the portion thereof, was that a fair and accurate depiction of what happened inside the Waffle House?
Yes.
Okay. This portion of the video has already been admitted as Exhibit 3. It contained on Exhibit 3 is, it will be listed under video number 1. So I'm going to publish that, a version, a copy of that video at this time with Your Honor's permission. Before I hit play, can you, Mr. Da Silva, can you tell me what this image is here?
Well, right here, this is, it looks like Akilah is standing, looking at the menu, talking to the employee.
You can touch the screen.
Okay. So this is Akilah right here. This is Tia right here.
Okay, all right, now I'm gonna hit play. Mr. Da Silva, just there, did it appear that he was smiling to you?
Yes.
Was he happy that evening?
Yeah. We just recorded, we just did a video the day before, so we were celebrating it, and that's why we went up.
Is that you? Where are you in this video?
Right here.
And who's the lady?
This is Alexis beside me. It's my girlfriend beside me.
And do you recall what you guys are doing at this time?
We were just ordering our food.
And while this plays, you were saying, Mr. Da Silva, that you and your brother have recorded a video?
Yeah, we did a music video, and we just had released it the day before.
And you were celebrating this evening?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
You get pause for me. What was that just happened that was shown in the video, Mr. Da Silva?
That's when the shots were fired into the restaurant.
Did you guys see that? I knew it was coming too.
Mr. Silva, I think the testimony just before we approached the judge was that you said the gunshot had just been fired into the Waffle House. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit play now. Do you see your brother over there? On
Yes.
this side? Okay. Yeah, keep playing. You can pause. Sorry. And what did you just see happen on the video there?
We both dug down and he went towards the left and crawled around and I ran towards the bathroom.
Okay. All right. Mr. De Silva, you mentioned Shantia Wagner being next to your brother. We kind of discussed when you were over there by him. Could you describe for us what her injury looked like?
Well, I didn't know it was as bad as it was when I first seen it because the angle that she was at from where I was standing, I couldn't see her whole leg. I just knew she was shining her leg and she was bleeding. But because she was still coherent and she was still talking to me, I just assumed that she was okay. And she was focused on my brother too. She was like, check on him. So I was more focused on what he was doing because she seemed like, she seemed like she was more calm than my brother was.
Did you ever see the person who killed your brother?
No.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Good question. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this point in time. Please keep in mind you cannot discuss anything about the trial. That is, she will talk to yourself and then others not, and we'll get back in here now.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would hold your notebooks up and leave me your chair, follow me, please.
Just briefly, before we start back, I'm going to remind people in the audience that need to try and keep emotions to a minimum. And I understand fully that there are new enemies to his family members, but we have to try and keep this as non-emotional as possible from his parents.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you've had occasion to go to a movie, you know that there's something called the previews of coming attractions.
If you've had an occasion to go to a movie, you know you see what's called previews of the coming attractions.
And that's what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a guide. Our roadmap, if you will, what we expect the evidence to show.
This is supposed to be a guide or a roadmap, if you will, as to what we believe the evidence will show.
As an officer of this court, and in the course of my remarks this morning, and maybe this afternoon, I would expect to tell you as honestly and as forthrightly as I can what I expect the evidence to be.
As an officer of this court, in the course of my remarks this afternoon, I would expect to tell you as honestly and as forthrightly what we believe the evidence to show.
As the court has so appropriately indicated, what I say is not evidence. It's just to aid you and guide you.
As the court has so appropriately indicated, what I say is not evidence. It is just used to aid and guide you.
You hear a lot about this talk about justice. I guess Dr. Martin Luther King said it best when he said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so we are now embarked upon this search for justice.
Just 2 days ago, we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King. And I don't think anybody has said it is better than him as we talk about justice. And he said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we are now embarked upon this search for justice.
This search for truth.
This search for the truth.
This search for the facts.
This search for the facts.
Each of you made a number of promises in the course of the voir dire examination.
Each of you made a number of promises during the voir dire process.
Abraham Lincoln said it best when he said that the highest act of citizenship is jury service. And you're embarked upon that jury service.
Abraham Lincoln said, the highest act of citizenship is jury service. And you're embarked on that jury service today.
But it doesn't stop with just coming down and taking notes.
And it doesn't just stop with you coming down today, taking a few notes.
When it stops is when you, if you can, render a verdict in this case.
It only stops if you can and will reach a verdict in this case.
A verdict rendered devoid of sympathy for, or passion against, Mr. Simpson or any side in this case.
A verdict that is based off the evidence and devoid of any type of likeness or bias or anything that you might have for the defendant.
You made these promises, and both sides are mindful of those promises. And we know that you're going to keep those promises.
Now, you made these promises, and we are mindful of those promises, and we expect that you're going to keep them.
And of course, we know that you will live up to your promises. And be fair, and keep an open mind, and decide this case not on speculation, not on conjecture, not on surmise, but based upon the facts.
Now, we know that you're going to keep these promises and be fair, and keep an open mind, and decide this case, not on speculation, not on conjecture, not on surmise, but based upon the facts.
You then, as jurors, are the conscience of this community.
You then, jurors, are the consciousness of this community.
Your verdicts set the standards.
Your verdicts set the standards.
You have this rare opportunity, it seems to me, to be participants in this search for justice and for truth.
You have this rare opportunity, as it seems, to be participants in this search for justice and for the truth.
You'll be able to render perhaps the most important decision of your lives.
You will likely reach one of the most important decisions of your life.
So that people all across
We all need a rock we can rely on. Like the millions who rely on the strength and financial guidance of Prudential to achieve their...
excruciating impact it can have on your emotions when you see some of the things that you have seen so far in this trial and will see as this trial progresses. But it is absolutely imperative that this trial proceed with as little exhibition of emotion as humanly possible, because emotions cannot be the basis for making decisions. Emotions never decisions based on emotion usually are not very good. And I can't allow this jury to be influenced by the emotions that get expressed. Again, I cannot imagine what you're going through and how difficult it must be to withhold emotions, but I must ask you to do so respectfully. If it's going to be difficult for you to do that, I ask you, particularly if it's someone with your family, I ask you to step outside. I think, do y'all have TVs in your office? That you can go, you can watch it downstairs and express any emotions that you may have at that time without it falling on the shoulders of the jury. Their job is difficult enough as it is. And I just have to be very careful not to allow that. I hope you understand the position I'm taking. I certainly understand what you must be going through. And have no problem with it whatsoever, except for when it's in the presence of the jury. I would not expect otherwise. And I respectfully ask you to do your best to maintain yourself. And if you don't think you can do that, particularly if it's someone, your son or daughter, or whatever the case may be, to watch it from the TV down in the District Attorney General's office on the fourth floor, at least until that testimony is over. Okay? And thank you again. Anything else on that? Yes, sir. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in? Who is your next witness?
Next witness is Chantel Black.
Get the jury on here.
Yes, sir. They're lining up.
Be seated, please. And going this way.
They call Chantel Wagner.
let her have her seat, and then she can raise her hand. Does she need help getting up, or can we?
Okay, if you would, just raise your right hand, over to you, look to you, look this way.
You solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wagner. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Chantil Wagner, Shantia Wagner, Waggoner.
There you go.
Ms. Wagner, I saw that you were walking with crutches as you walked up to the witness stand. Have you always needed the assistance of crutches to walk?
Yes.
Did you need them before April of
no.
2018?
No.
Okay. And so why do you now need crutches to walk?
For the gunshot wound to my leg.
Okay. In April 2018, were you a resident of Nashville? Davidson County?
Yes.
Yes. How long have you lived here?
Probably since forever. Well, I moved to Antioch from East Nashville.
Okay.
Probably since 2011.
And who was Akilah Da Silva to you?
My boyfriend.
How long have the two of you been dating?
At the time, on and off, like 7 years.
Were you with him on April 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
Who else were you with?
I was with his brother, Abede, and his girlfriend at the time, Alexis.
And where were you guys going?
We went to a lounge, and then we decided we want something to eat, and we ended up going to the Waffle House.
Who was driving?
Akilah was.
And where were you seated?
In the passenger seat.
And about what time did you get to the Waffle House?
I don't know the exact time, 3-something.
In the morning?
Yes.
Had you ever been to Waffle House before?
No.
Did you want to go to the Waffle House?
No. It was the only thing that was open at the time.
And so, were you going to even go inside the Waffle House?
No. I wanted him to order for me, but he ended up telling me to get out the car and go ahead and order because he knew I was picky.
Who was he?
Akilah.
He said he knew that you were picky, so come on inside. Okay. And was that kind of an aspect of your relationship?
Yeah, he knew me the best.
When you went inside, what did you do once you got there?
When we went inside, he gave me the menu, and we ended up ordering, and I just picked something, and he knew exactly what I was going to pick anyway. And then I went to sit down while we waited for our food to go.
Do you know where you sat at?
We were sitting towards the door, like in some chairs that were lined up in front of the door.
What was everybody kind of doing inside the Waffle House?
There were some people standing and talking. It was kind of really loud in there. So it was kind of hard to pay attention to everyone, but just regular things. Some people sitting in the corner and some people up talking, and we were just sitting down waiting for our food.
Okay. And as you were sitting to wait for your food, did you ever see a gold pickup truck pull into the parking lot?
Yes, when we first pulled in, when I was going to sit in the car instead of going in, I vividly remember looking at the car, because our car was not right next to it, but there's like a handicap space, but in between the handicap space, it's those horizontal lines in between. And I remember looking at his car because it was so odd. His the tint on his windows was very, very dark. So I just kept staring at it because it was just abnormally dark.
And as you were sitting inside, was there some point in time that you heard some loud noises?
Yes.
Well, can you describe what they sounded like?
The first one was a extremely loud pop to the point to where it really hurt my left ear. And then hearing became very distant in my left ear.
Did you know whether it was a gunshot at the time?
The first sound I heard, no, I didn't. But the second one I knew because that's when glass started to shatter.
And what did you do once the glass began to shatter?
In a split second, I looked at Akilah, and we both just got on the floor, and I ended up crawling on the floor next to him.
Did you have a verbal agreement that you were did you tell each other, let's go particular direction?
No, we just looked at each other and just ended up getting on the floor together.
And what did you do as you got on the floor?
Just began crawling. We weren't really paying attention to our surroundings. We just knew that we had to move.
Did you hear any more gunshots as you were on the floor?
Yes, the gunshots just kept coming, and I was just wondering when they were going to stop.
Did they get louder at all?
I'm not sure. Okay. It was so drowned out. The noises were so loud that after a certain point of the noises keep happening, they all sounded the same.
Did you see where the gunshots were coming from?
No.
Did you ever get injured?
Yes.
What happened?
I don't remember the moment that I was shot. I just remember I went to look at Akilah and he was not crawling or moving anymore. So I tried to move forward to get to him to figure out why he wasn't crawling anymore. And when I looked down, I noticed that I was shot and the gunshot had ripped my leg away. And I couldn't get to him because my leg was heavy. It was still attached in the back.
And what do you mean by that, ripped your leg away?
It was severed. Like the only thing I had connecting was a little bit of skin on the back. And that prevented me from getting to Akilah because it hurt to drag it.
You couldn't move your leg?
No.
But you were still trying to get to Akilah at the time?
Yes.
Can you describe anything else about your injury as you were there?
I then began to notice that it wasn't just, when I knew that it had, was decapitated in a sense, I then noticed that my bone was missing, in the middle. It just wasn't there anymore, there was no bone. I couldn't figure out where it had went to. And I was just trying to keep calm because I knew Akilah was beside me, and if I panicked, that he was going to panic even more.
What did you do once you realized that you'd been shot? Did you try to contact anybody?
I believe I saw James Shaw. I'm not sure where he came from or what had happened previously. I saw him come by me, and I had asked for help, but at the time, because of the situation, he said he couldn't help me at the moment. And then after that, that's when the panic set in because I didn't see anyone else. So then I called 911.
And what was your experience like with 911?
It was terrible. When I called, the lady was upset that I didn't know the address. And I was trying to explain to her that it was a new location and I just honestly didn't know the address. And she just kept getting frustrated over the fact that I didn't know the address.
So how long did you stay on that call?
I'm not sure, not very long. I ended up hanging up and calling my mother.
So when you called your mother, what happened? How was that conversation?
It was a very hard conversation. I called my dad first before I called my mom, and my dad didn't answer the phone. I was just thinking to myself, at least if no one's gonna come for me, at least I can say something, to my parents before if anything happens to me, if I pass away. And I called my mom, and she was a little bit confused at first, and I was telling her I was shot, and she kept saying, "Oh, you're taking shots," and I was like, "No, I'm not taking shots." And I remember her just making me laugh, and I was really happy because at least, if something were to happen, the last thing I remember was my mom making me laugh. And I told her where I was at, and she finally understood, and that's when she said she was on her way with my dad because I only live about 5 minutes away from the Waffle House. Well, they only live 5 minutes away from the Waffle House.
Okay. Ooh.
My parents.
You're saying you used to live 5 minutes away from the Waffle House?
Yes, well, I did. It's just that I had an apartment, which was 5 minutes away, and then my parents' house was also 5 minutes away.
Oh, okay. Understood. And so is there some point in time that either officers or any paramedics come and give you any assistance?
Yes, I hear someone come in the door, and at first I get really nervous and scared because I see the police officers and they're armed as well. So I was a little taken back and frightened. And then an officer had came over and he was looking at our injuries, trying to figure out what was going on. And I remember he looked at Akilah, and Akilah just kept saying his arm was hurting, but I only heard him say it like 2 times, and then after that, I didn't hear anything else from Akilah.
When the paramedics arrived, what did they do to assist you?
Well, when they first arrived, they looked at Akilah first because he was right beside me, and they put him on the gurney, and then the paramedic came to me, and he let me know that he would have to shove my leg back on and that it was going to be extremely painful. And I remember him telling him, "Please don't touch me," because it was just so painful. And he told me if I need to scream, and to wrap my arms around him. And then I just remember feeling the worst pain in my life and just screaming while I held my arms around him. And then I just kept asking them about Akilah and where he was going, and they just kept telling me to, focus on me right now.
And so, as you were experiencing the worst pain of your life, did you did you get to share any final words with Akilah?
Right before they carried him away, I just told him I love you if I don't get to say it again.
Was he able to say anything back to you?
No.
Did you see him again?
No, the last moment I saw him was when they took him away.
Now, after the paramedic, as you described, basically pushes your leg back together, what do they do to you next?
They tied a really tight tourniquet around it, and I remember I just wanted it off because it was so painful having it tied on. And then they began lifting me on the gurney. And then I remember being rolled out, and I remember looking to my left out the gurney, and then that's when I saw Joe.
You saw Joe Perez?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was laying down.
Did he appear alive to you?
No. I began asking the ambulance man were they going to help the man on the ground, and the ambulance man covered my eyes and told me not to look.
Okay. Once you got in the ambulance, where did you go?
They ended up taking me to Vanderbilt.
Were they able to give you any medication to assist in your pain?
Not really. When I got in the ambulance, the man just said, "It'll make you loopy." And I was like, okay, I'll take it. But I was just loopy and in pain. And that didn't help.
And what about the ride to the rest of the ride to the hospital?
It was very bumpy. And every bump and turn and anything, it just hurt any type of movement in the ambulance. And they were telling me they were trying to get me there as fast as they could.
Do you know what hospital you were taken to?
Vanderbilt Medical Center.
And what happened when you got there? Do you know?
I remember them rushing me out of the ambulance, and they're like running with the gurney, and all these nurses or doctors are surrounding me, and they're ripping my clothes off and turning me over. And I asked them not to turn me over because I was in so much pain, but they said they had to. So I ended up just screaming again while they turned me over. And I hear the nurses talking, and they're like, where are we going to put her? Because they had too many trauma patients, because somebody had arrived before me, and I figured it was Akilah. And somebody else also had arrived before I arrived there. So they had no choice but to do who was in more critical condition first. So I just laid there while they put towels and all this stuff on my leg because they couldn't get me into surgery.
And were they able to give you anything to actually alleviate the pain you were experiencing?
No.
How long did you sit there in pain waiting to be able to get into surgery?
Like an hour and a half. And I remember my dad getting so mad and frustrated because I was bleeding through everything they put on it.
Once you got into surgery, do you know what the procedure was that they had to do on your leg?
I don't know the exact terms. I just know they said that I had 6 hours to try to get a good working blood vessel to connect my leg back, or it would have to be amputated. And then for the first week, I had to be monitored to make sure that it didn't die off.
Do you know if they had to bring in any specialists to treat you?
Yes, later on, because my injury was too severe and my surgery had failed, one of the surgeries they did had failed, they ended up sending in a military doctor.
You said one of the surgeries failed. How many surgeries have you had?
14, 15.
You've had almost 14 or 15 different surgeries?
Yes.
What are they doing? What are they having to do to your leg?
Complete reconstruction from skin grafts, bone grafts, muscle grafts, trying to correct the misplacement of my leg because when the bullet hit, it exploded like a bomb. So I had things in places they didn't belong. So they were just doing their best trying to reconstruct it.
Were they able to get the bullet or the bullet fragments out of your leg?
No, that stays in for the rest of my life.
Has that caused you any difficulties? The bullet fragments remaining in your leg?
Not per se the bullet fragments. It's just more of like a mental knowing it's still there. Like I know I wasn't born with my leg like this, and I wasn't born with those fragments in me. So it's just another memory that, you know, I have to carry with me.
When you've gone through these skin grafts, muscle grafts, bone grafts, all of these different surgeries, are you able to immediately recover?
No, each surgery doesn't happen fast. Like if I do have a surgery, sometimes recovery just from one surgery is 6 months. And then if it doesn't go well, then that recovery can be 6 months to 8 months. So it's always prolonged. And then when you have the surgeries, you have weight limitations, like you can't put any weight on it. So you're always getting setbacks. If you learn how to, you know, do something this way, then when you have surgery, now you have to learn a whole nother way to do it all over again. And the cycle just keeps happening.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I want to ask you a question back to the first surgery.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that the doctor said you had 6 hours to get a good working blood vessel.
Mm-hmm.
Were they telling you that if you didn't, that you might die?
Yes, possibility of bleeding out and also the possibility of amputation. When I first woke up, they let me know that it was my option. If I didn't want to fight for my leg, that I could let it go. And if I chose to fight for it, it was still an option that I could still lose it.
Ms. Wagner, when did you learn that Akilah was deceased?
I didn't learn until like maybe 2 to 3 days later. They didn't immediately tell me. I guess the nurses thought it was too distressing.
Did you see the person who shot you and killed Akilah?
No.
Will you ever be able to walk normally again?
No.
Thank you.
No question.
Should we adjourn?
I think I'm supposed to cooperate. I shouldn't get my mask on.
Oh, okay. Take your time. I'll get the chair first.
Call me next one.
State calls Brennan McMurray.
So if you would raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. So help me God.
Good afternoon, Mr. McMurray. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Brennan McMurray, BrenNMcMurry.
And Mr. McMurray, are you, I guess, a native of Nashville?
Born and raised.
Okay. But do you live here currently?
No, I live in Chicago.
Were you living here in April of 2018?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Do you remember the evening of April 22nd, 2018?
Can't forget it.
And why is that?
I've never seen a mic I wasn't afraid of talking to. It was a very traumatic night, not only for myself, for my best friend, and honestly, we probably had it the least. It's a night I'll never forget. I think about it every day. I will say that for a while, somebody else thought about it every day. As far as like people seeing you out, saying, hey, I saw you, and that kind of wears on you after a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said your best friend. Who is your best friend?
James Shaw Jr.
You were pointing. Is he in the courtroom every day?
He is.
Okay. Were you with him that night?
Yes, sir, I was.
What brought the two of you together that evening?
We actually had just left a party at a 9 Bar on Bell Road.
Okay. And so what were you going to do after you left the party?
Our intentional plans were to go to Taco Bell. It's probably like the most favorite restaurant we go to. I know that sounds really crazy, but we've been doing that since high school. But when we were driving past that on Bell Road, the lights were off, so we figured that they were closed. We were actually on the phone together at the same time while driving separate cars. So I was hungry, and I wasn't gonna go home and cook. My wife was asleep, my kids were asleep, so banging pots and pans just wasn't an option. So I was like, hey, do you wanna go to Waffle House? So the Waffle House that we were going to was the one right there on Bell Road, right off where the Thorntons is. So that's where we went first.
Okay. And why didn't you go into the Waffle House next to the Thorntons?
So we did, actually. So when we pulled up, the way that you turn after the Thorntons is like a driveway to the Waffle House. Cars were parked all the way aligned there. The parking lot was full. So we ended up parking on like the curb area. When we were walking out of our cars to there, it was like an altercation going on in the actual parking lot. I think a lady's car had gotten hit, screaming, fussing. That was sign number one, like, I don't know. We went into the restaurant. There was only 2 seats that were available, which are all the way in the back, where like the counter kind of like goes and it's like a seated like on the bar. They hadn't cleaned them off yet. And so we were like, all right, we'll take these 2 seats. So we started to sit down, but it was just a lot of like commotion and ruckus in there. So we both looked at each other and was like, hey, you want to leave? Like it just didn't feel right. So we ended up leaving. We never even got a menu or anything like that. James needed gas, so we got gas. And I was like, why don't we go to the Waffle House on Murfreesboro Road? They just built it. I never really seen anybody in that parking lot. So, I live in Antioch. Like the woods from the back of that Waffle House touch what's within my townhome. So we went there, pulled up. I parked forward facing, which is kind of weird. I never do that. I always back in, but for some reason I like pull straight into the parking spot. I do distinctly remember James backing in a parking spot beside me. Got out the cars, walking into the Waffle House, and late at night, you're always observing what's going on around you, right? Like you don't really, it's dark, you don't know what's going on. So from there, we were walking to the door. There was a gentleman sitting in a car. I think it was a gold Silverado, like a truck. And he was just staring at us. And it was very weird that he was staring at us. Even at that moment, I had turned to James and was like, hey, like this is the type of person right here that would like shoot a place up. Not knowing that literally that was the type of person that would shoot a place up.
Well, let me pause you there for a second. You said that you saw a gentleman sitting in a truck and he was staring at you.
Yeah.
Did he say anything to you?
Nothing.
Could you tell how he was dressed?
He had it like a coat on or a jacket. It was kind of shimmery, but it was, like I said, it was dark. I mean, if you think about the way that Waffle House, and I try not, even when I lived here, I try not to drive past it. But it's very light where the door entrance is, but in that second part of the parking lot, it's kind of dark. So you can see it, but like you could see him like staring out the window. Like I think the window was down actually, but just staring at us like a piercing stare. It just didn't seem right.
Okay. And so as you make the comment to Mr. Shaw about the person that was sitting in the car, I guess, let me stop. Do you recall from that moment independently could you identify who that was at the time? Who was sitting in the vehicle?
Are you asking me, is he in the courtroom right now?
Well, I'm asking, would you at the time have been able to recognize him?
Honestly, probably not. White man, I can tell you that. He wasn't like big or anything, like big, like, you know, big. But if like you would ask, like I could maybe, but I can just tell you out the gate 100%.
Okay. So once you walk past the truck, what do?
Go in the Waffle House. We don't walk past the truck, like literally past it, but the truck's right here, the door's here. Walk into the Waffle House, go to the bar. We normally sit in a booth, but the booths are kind of full. And then there was one that was open, but it was like in between people. And like I said, we just left another Waffle House because it was packed. And so at the counter, it was pretty open. So I sat in the third seat. And then, you know, guys, they don't ever sit beside each other. It's like going into a restaurant, right? And so James sat in the first seat at the end to like leave a seat so you could have some leg room. Obviously, phone, keys on the table, and we start talking, conversing. And I distinctly remember the waiter kept stacking up plates. And he kept stacking them up extremely high to the point like, I'm like, he's gonna drop these, I'm not gonna say the word, but he's gonna drop these plates. So me and James were laughing about that. And we hadn't even gotten, he was like, hey, I'll be with you guys in a second. And then I don't think that second ever really happened again, so.
And what do you mean that you don't think that second really happened? What happened?
So distinctively, I remember loud commotion, boom, turn back to the left. You look, there's smoke, but it was glittery smoke, like almost like somebody had shot like confetti almost in the air, but it was thin. And then everyone was running. It was a complete chaos. So I look to my left, see the smoke. I look back to my right. James has jumped out of his seat immediately and take off. So what do? I jump out of my seat and take off. And then we're going back towards the restrooms. James slips, grabbed like the back of like his pants, roll into the back area. There was another gentleman back there. He had like braids of dreads. Come find out Mike. And we were trying to beat down the back door to get into what we thought then was the kitchen. So we're beating on the door. I'm like yanking on the door, kicking the door, and then the shots get louder and louder, and you can kind of tell they're getting closer and closer. So at that point, I was like, everyone get into the restrooms. People got into the back restrooms. At this point, I don't know where James, I thought James had gotten to the other bathroom. And then there was another one in the front. Me, Ashan, and Alexis get into that bathroom. Obviously didn't know them at the time. And locked the door. They were sitting, doors here. They were against this wall. Ashan made Alexis get in the corner so she could tuck down. I sat on the other side of the wall. Me and Ashan were looking at each other face to face. And the shots just kept raining at that point. So it's just getting louder and louder, like it was like rumbling, like getting closer.
Okay. When you got into the back area,
yeah,
and you said you're beating on the door, was there any other exit back there for you to go out of?
That was the only exit that I thought was there. I mean, the other, the bathrooms, like like I said, we frequent Waffle Houses. Well, not no more, but we used to frequent Waffle Houses all the time. So there's a door that swings both ways, and there's always a men's and a women's restroom. The only other door that was available looked like a door that opened up to something, which you would think would probably be like the back area of the kitchen. So that was the only door that I saw. I don't think there was no door. It's a wall back there if you walk straight.
And who was back there with you in that space as you were trying to beat on the door and get through?
Mike. Mike Garth, maybe? His last name. But like I said, he had braids, dreads, and me and him were like actively trying to get this door open.
While you were inside the bathroom with, is Aishan related to Akilah De Silva?
Yes.
Okay. While you were in the bathroom with him and the other young lady, Alexis, what happened? What was going on?
So me and Aishan had talked briefly that if he shoots the lock, then we have to rush the door. And that's the only way. Like there's no way he's coming straight in here. And so at that point too, like we were calling 911, but it was like a busy tone almost. Like it was like everyone was trying to call 911. And then the automatic toilet flushes. And so at that point you're like, damn, like he's gonna know we're in the bathroom. And then it stops. And so at that point, Aishan is like, listen, my brother's out there. I gotta go out. I'm like, yo, wait. Either he's reloading or something's happening. Like there are too many shots going on. Like we gotta wait. And so it stops. Probably after like 10 seconds, open the door. We both peek out. It's a magazine right there because that door opens up to the actual door that leads you into the restroom area. And so the glass is shot out on that door. So we're peeking through that. At that point, you can see Tia there. There's another lady on the ground, which we now found out is the Ebony, laying face down. And then the staff is behind there. And then a car pulls in the parking lot. So you can see straight through that glass all the way to the other door, like other window on the other side of the Waffle House. Car pulls in. I say, get back in the bathroom. We lock the door again.
Why did you feel the need to go back in the bathroom?
Because I didn't know what was going on out there.
Okay.
I mean, literally, there's bullet shots through that glass, loud, like a lot of rounds you could hear. You don't know, and like I've talked about before, you don't think anybody's coming for you. Like I have no reason for them to come at me, so I'm just trying to get out the way. But also, I don't know what's going on out there. So I see somebody else pull back in the parking lot. I'm thinking, well, nobody's finished. Because why would somebody pull into the parking lot if all of this just happened? So we get back in, and then after a few seconds, I start hearing BJ. I open the door because it's James's voice. And then I peered through the glass again because I wasn't just walking straight out. And he's standing there like kind of like limping. And I'm like, hey, are you okay? And he's like, listen, you talking, we gotta go. So then we walk out of the Waffle House, and then that's where I see Joe laying on the ground. And then at that point, I'm like, I gotta get my keys. My keys were still on the table. So I'm like, how am I gonna drive my vehicle? At that point, I wasn't even thinking about James's truck. I'm thinking about my truck. So I go back in to get the keys. Tia's there, and she's like, please help me. I'm like, okay. We go back outside, and then that's when all like the first responders and everything start to show up.
Okay. You paused when you mentioned Joe. Did you know him before?
Not at all.
Okay. And when you saw the Ebony, did she appear to be alive to you?
No.
Were you able to see Ishan's brother, Akilah?
No.
Once you met with James Shaw, as you come outside, what could you describe what his demeanor was?
He was in a rush, I'll tell you that. I mean, thinking back on it, like there's nothing but adrenaline had to be going through his body. he was still kind of in like proactive mode, like trying to like, even like when the responders came, like he was telling them where to go when they got into the Waffle House, what to do. Like there was somebody, he was like, there's somebody still alive in there. I go help them. Like I even, like there, like we put him on a seat outside. I was sitting on the curb. Yeah, he was still kind of in go mode.
Did you ever see the person that was shooting the weapon?
No. I never saw anybody at that moment with a gun in their hand.
Did Mr. Shaw, did he have any injuries?
Yes, his hand was extremely burnt. And then he had a cut on his, well, what I thought was a cut, but a wound on his elbow. And then like some other like glass and stuff like that around his hands and stuff.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor, please. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, our next witness is D'Angelo Groves.
So if you would raise your right hand and sworn, please.
You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. This is what you want, that's one.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is D'Angelo Groves. That's D-I''ANGELO. Last name is Groves, Groves.
Do you live in Nashville, sir?
Not anymore.
Okay. Did you grow up here?
Say it again.
Did you grow up here?
Around this area.
Okay, great. Do you have a sister?
I do.
And tell me her name.
D'Ebony Lachey Groves.
Okay, I'm going to pass you a photograph and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes.
What is that, a picture of?
This is a picture of D'Ebony.
Okay, Judge, if we could make that exhibit number 15, introduce that into evidence, and publish it to the jury.
You need to hard copy, you got it.
You got it on. Mr. Groves, how old was your sister in April of 2018?
21.
And was she in school?
She was.
Where was she in school?
She was a student at Belmont University.
How far away from graduation was she?
Probably like one semester away.
All right, and you were also attending Belmont at the time, is that correct?
Correct.
And when did you graduate?
So the weekend of the events was the next week was finals, and then I graduated May 5th, like a couple weeks later.
All right. So because y'all were both in school, were you in school at Belmont as well?
Right.
And because y'all were not only brother and sister, but both students at Belmont at the same time, did y'all see each other frequently?
We did.
Okay. When was the last time you communicated with your sister?
So the last time I communicated with her would have been on that Saturday, the 21st. It was on Instagram.
And tell me what that communication was.
So she had posted a video and she had a song playing in the background, and I commented and made some little witty brother joke.
Those are not always super witty, but
yeah.
Right. But did y'all exchange a few comments back and forth and stuff?
I don't know if she actually said anything back at that particular point because I was out of town, so I was like on and off my phone. So I just saw that she posted something and I made a comment on it, and that was that.
All right, so that was on April 21st of 2018, and then this happened on the early morning hours of April 22nd, just
Correct.
a few hours after that last interaction. Is that right?
Correct.
How did you find out that she died?
It was actually one of her sorority sisters. I had like a series of people who kept calling me because they were trying to find out what happened to her because I didn't even know she was even out. And I kept getting people calling me and I didn't recognize the numbers, so I didn't answer the phone. And then one of her sorority sisters left me a voicemail. So I called her back and they were like, do you have any, we've been trying to contact her. And she was with a young lady who was shot, who I later found out was Sharita, because I didn't know her at the time, but nobody knew where she was. And so I kept calling her phone and she didn't answer. She was supposed to show up for work that morning and never did. So then like her boss and some employees, they were all looking for her. So I was like spending the majority of my trip home from Atlanta, like trying to call people and trying to figure out where she was and how to get somebody to, get in contact with just anybody who could like give me something. I think I called like 3 different hospitals and nobody could tell me anything.
And at some point later on the day of the 22nd, you found out the horrible news.
Correct.
Is that right?
And I actually, one of her friends reached out to me on Facebook and said that they saw it online that she, I guess, had passed away, and that's literally how I found out.
Okay. And your parents are here today.
Yes.
Is that right? And but you were selected to be the representative of the family to talk about your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
That's all.
No question, Joe. All right, Mr. Groves, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Fire next witness.
The state's next witness is Sharita Henderson.
You would raise your hand if you want to.
I swear to firmly tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ms. Henderson, could you please state your full name for the record?
Sharita Henderson, SHARITA HENDERSON.
And Ms. Henderson, how old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
And so back in April of 2018, how old were you then?
24 years old.
And what were you doing at that time? Were you in school or had you already graduated?
I had already graduated and I was working at Cumulus Media.
And where did you graduate from?
Middle Tennessee State University.
And were you the member of any groups or organizations while you were at MTSU?
Yes, I was a part of Alpha Kappa Psi Professional Business Fraternity and then Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
And how long had you known D'Ebony Groves?
Since 2016.
And can you describe your relationship with Ms. Groves?
She was my best friend, one of my best friends, and like my little sister. We knew each other through Delta and had mutual friends, and found out later we had a lot more mutual friends than we even realized. But we did pretty much everything together. If I wasn't with my best friend Jasmine, I was with D'Ebony.
And so D'Ebony was a couple years younger than you, is that right?
Yes.
How often did you guys hang out together?
Seemed like every other weekend since the moment we met.
And that particular weekend of April 22nd, 2018, what was going on that weekend?
We had sorority events that were going on. Tennessee State University was about to initiate a new class of girls into our sorority, and I had one that I'd been a mentor to that was on that line, and her mom was actually one of my math teachers when I was in high school, and I knew her from since she was a baby, and she selected me to be her special, or like her big sister, who helped mentor her through the process. And so I was going there to pin her as she was being inducted to our sorority. So it was a big honor.
Which, if people not familiar with that, that's a very big honor, is that right? So is it fair to say that that was a pretty special weekend for you guys?
Yes, it was.
And what events did y'all have that night? Where were you guys at?
We had gone to, earlier in the day, we had gone to the Delta pinning for the new girls. And so I pinned Kia Armstrong, who was my mentee at the time. And then the Omegas, which are our brother fraternity, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, they were having their new member presentation right after the Delta pinning. So Ebony and I went to that after. And then they also had a social event afterwards at the Tennessee State Fairgrounds. And we went to that party.
And where did you go after you left the party?
We stopped at the first Waffle House that is further up the road on Murfreesboro Road, right where you get to the split where the interstate is. And then we decided that that parking lot was too full, and we looked inside and it was too full. There weren't any seats available. So we said, why don't we just go to the one that's closer to my condo? Since she was gonna spend the night with me anyway. She had already spent Friday night and I think Thursday night too. So we were gonna go to the one that was closer to my house because we were really hungry and we had been at events all day. So we decided to go to the Waffle House where the incident occurred.
Had you ever been to that Waffle House before?
Once or twice during the daytime. I think I always had somebody with me. I usually do.
And can you describe going to the Waffle House?
We pulled into the parking lot. I was driving, and we didn't see anything wrong. It looked less full than the one where we'd previously gone. So we went inside and we stopped at the first booth, and I remember Ebony saying like she needed to use the restroom. So I went with her because in our sorority, like the cardinal rule is you never leave somebody alone. So you always go with your sister to the bathroom if she leaves the room, wherever. So I went with her because I have a phobia about public restrooms. I don't like using them. So I just waited for her outside, and then we both came back into that first booth and sat down.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to publish what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 3, and specifically the video labeled number 2. Ms. Henderson, have you reviewed this video previously?
Yes, this morning.
And are you able to identify yourself and your friend Ebony Groves?
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask that the video play, and if you can just narrate and describe what you see and what you recognize.
Sure. So that's me driving into the Waffle House parking lot, and I parked in the first spot right there because the next, I think there was one spot that was empty, and then the next one was a handicapped spot. And so that's Ebony opening the passenger side door. And then a few moments later, I opened the driver's side door. So I closed the door and went into the back seat to get my wallet and jacket. And so that's Ebony and I walking towards the front entrance.
And just for the record, are you wearing a red baseball cap?
Yes, I think it had something Delta related on it.
What are the Delta colors?
Red and white. So that's why we were both kind of dressed very similar. We tended to do that a lot. And that's where we kind of paused to figure out what we were going to do and where we were going to sit. And then we're walking towards the bathroom.
What was the mood when you guys got there?
I think we were like laughing and joking and talking like we always do. And then we sat down. It seemed pretty calm. There didn't seem to be any problem. And I think we picked up the menus, but I kind of ordered the All-Star Special whenever I do go to a Waffle House, which isn't that often, but I pretty much at any restaurant stick to the same thing. And so we're laughing and joking, and I think because the workers were kind of busy, we picked up our own menus because we pretty much were like, we're comfortable.
Do you remember anything else that you guys were doing as y'all are sitting there?
We started singing Jesus Loves Me. We're both preacher's kids. So her mom and then my dad are ministers, and so God is always around us, and we're always singing and joking and laughing about church, and we were both in choir growing up. And so we're like singing to each other pretty much.
And at this point, does anything seem off to you? Anything at all?
Not at the time, but I think a couple minutes, a couple seconds later, James Shaw and Brennan McMurray walk in, and I recognized Brennan because we went to middle and high school together at Martin Luther King.
And had you seen Brennan lately?
Not at that time. I hadn't seen him since high school. So at first I don't think I recognized him, but then I kind of looked around like, wait a minute, I know that guy. And so that's Brennan McMurray and James Shaw entering the Waffle House and sitting behind me.
Did you notice anything at all out in the parking lot? I mean, was that even your focus?
It wasn't at the time, but shortly after James and Brennan entered the Waffle House, we started hearing the loud popping sounds. I think a lot of people in the restaurant thought they were fireworks, which was kind of odd for that time of year. But I recognized that they were gunshots, and they were pretty rapid. And so in a couple of seconds, you'll see me duck down with dignity.
And when you heard the gunshots, you said you ducked down. Can you describe kind of how you ducked down?
Yes, panic kind of set in because I was trying to look for an exit, and I realized that we didn't have a lot of time. And once the glass shattered in the window of the Waffle House, I slouched in between the seat because I couldn't get out fast enough to run towards the back area. So I told DME to get down under the booth, and then I placed my body on top of her, hoping that she wouldn't be seen because I'm her big sister and it's my job to protect her. And so that's what I did, was try to cover as much of my body as possible on top of her to protect her, because, you know, I feel like her mom and dad knew she'd be with me, or they didn't know me at the time, but they expect like her friends to take care of her and return her home in one piece, and unfortunately I wasn't able to do that despite my best efforts.
So once you've ducked down and are under the table, lying there trying to cover D'Ebony, What are you hearing, or what do you remember in that moment?
I kept hearing the gunshots, and I remembered that Torian had gone outside for a smoke break.
And did you know Torian at the time?
I did not at the time.
But you had noticed him walk out?
Yes. Because I remember him letting his other coworkers know that he was about to take a smoke break. And I think Ebony and I kind of made a joke like, they need more workers because we hadn't even placed our order yet. But I knew that he was outside. I didn't see Joe at first. But as I looked out the window, once the glass shattered, he had turned to me. I could tell, obviously, that he had been hit at least once. I didn't know how many times at the time, but he turned to me and mouthed, "Play dead." And so that's what I did. And then I saw him be shot in the head, and he died right after that.
And are you hearing gunshots go off?
Yes.
Can you describe how you and Ebony are positioned under that table?
She's kind of folded really awkwardly under the table because we were in a rush and we knew like there's nowhere to run. The best thing we can do is try to not be seen or make ourselves seen. And so I figured I'm bigger than her, so I would jump on top of her. So my body, my lower torso, was covering most of her body. And then I think her legs were like towards my back. And I had slouched down, and one of the pictures you showed earlier was of the booth that we were in, and that's my blood from my arm when I was shot, and I had my head there at first.
What do you remember, kind of the events immediately before you were shot, and then if you can describe those moments in which you were shot?
Right after Joe Perez was shot and then Torian was shot, I remember Torian like running, but I didn't see him at first. It was like a flash. And then Travis Reinking entered the Waffle House, and I just tried to be as still as possible because I felt like if I breathed, he would know that I was still alive, and I wanted to be as still as possible and pretend like I was dead. I figured if he thought I had already been shot, he wouldn't shoot me. But as soon as he came in the door, he looked me in my eyes and he shot me immediately. He shot me 3 times. He shot me in my right forearm. So I have a concave injury. This is the entrance, and then on the front of my forearm is the exit wound. That's right here. It's about this long. And then I was shot in my upper bicep, and it took a chunk of my arm off. And the bullet fragments ended up in the soft tissue right outside of my lungs. And then he also shot me in my leg, and my leg was detached. It was hanging on by like tendons and skin. And I remember looking at it, and because I didn't see my arm at first, and I just remember looking at my leg like, God, please help me, because I don't think I'm gonna make it. And I looked at my leg and I passed out. So I think I was in such shock that I passed out for a couple of seconds. And
do you remember feeling pain at that moment?
Immediately.
Can you describe that pain?
It was the worst pain I've ever felt. It was excruciating. It was probably worse than some of the surgeries that I've had, but those were extreme as well.
At any point, were you able to look at your leg?
Yes.
Can you describe what your injury looked like?
The bullet had gone through the left side of my calf and entered, and it exited through the right side of my calf, and it was completely severed. Both bones that are in my lower calf, my tibia and fibula, they were shattered. And I remember I had army boots on because that's what we wear with Delta. We spray paint our boots red, but they're army boots we get from a surplus store. And I just remember it being turned, like if my foot's like pointed straight at you, it was turned on its side and the leg was almost completely detached.
Were you able to move it?
No. I tried, but I felt like I couldn't move my right arm. And that's when I looked at my arm and realized how much damage had been done and that I'd been hitting the side. But I tried to move it with my left and I couldn't move it at all.
You said that in that moment that you kind of blacked out.
Yes.
Was that a permanent blackout where you stayed unconscious, or at some point did you regain consciousness?
I regained consciousness, I assume a couple of seconds later, but I definitely blacked out and then stopped breathing.
And what do you remember kind of in those moments about how you were feeling, what you were seeing, what you're hearing?
I had what I call like a heaven experience, you know, when someone says like, don't go towards the white light. I did. And I just remember thinking like, God, please give me a second chance. I don't want to die right now. And that's why when I came to, I took a big breath and then I kind of looked at myself like in my back where we are, back in the Waffle House, and I looked around and I remember, I guess James Shaw walked past us and out of the restaurant, and I tried to ask him for help, and I think he kind of looked at me like he didn't realize that I was alive. And that's when I started saying like, I'm not dead. And I asked him for help, and I think he was in shock, and so he was like, I can't help you, and he walked out the door. And then a couple of moments later, the first police officer that arrived on scene came in, and that's when I took another big gasp, because at that point, panic had set in, and I was trying to breathe and couldn't really catch my breath. So I took a big breath and gasped and said, I'm not dead, because I knew the next person that came in that door was gonna think I was. And he looked at me and was in complete shock, and then he went towards...
And you're talking about that police officer?
Yes, the police officer had gone towards the left, towards where Tia and Akilah were, and checked on them. And I kept thinking like, come back, because I didn't know when the next person was gonna come help us. And he did come back, and he asked some of the patrons to keep me breathing. So they got on top of the booth where we were sitting, and I guess they had heard us singing. And so instead of like counting, they asked me to say Jesus. Because I guess they knew our faith, and they were like, if you can say that, you know, it'll keep you alive. And it did.
What about Diebony? Did you ever see her?
I did not see her. I did not see her face. I like to think, fortunately for me, my last memories of her were her alive and smiling and laughing with me. I like to think that her last moments weren't of the terror that we experienced.
Could you hear anyone else in the Waffle House?
I could hear some of the patrons and customers trying to call 911, and I remember them being like frustrated with the operators because no one knew the address, and everybody kept yelling like, what's the address? What's the address? But because it was a new one, nobody knew. And so I think people just hung up, and they were like, we have to basically do this on our own until someone comes to help us. And then a couple moments later, the first set of paramedics started to come in and assess the situation, and they kind of split up in teams, and they came towards me, and then the other team went towards Akilah and Shantia.
When Mr. Reinking came inside the Waffle House, you've described that he looked right at you before he shot you.
Yes.
Was he saying anything?
He didn't say anything, but he looked at me in my eyes and he was determined. Like he knew what he was doing and what he planned to do. And I'm sure my eyes looked like I was begging for mercy without saying anything. And he shot me anyway.
Do you see that person in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out? And
it's right there.
Can you describe what he's wearing?
Blue shirt.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Travis Reinking.
So reported.
Ms. Henderson, you described that the first responders finally were there and they had a gurney. Were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, it took a while for them to unpin me from underneath the booth. And so I think one of them had crawled to the second booth to grab part of my leg so that it would stay as close to attached as possible because it was just hanging on. And I just kept screaming. And then they finally were able to get the board underneath me. And they were asking about a tourniquet, like, did I need one or not? And they ended up placing like 2 tourniquets on me and then getting me onto the gurney. And I remember it being so difficult. It was like 5 or 6 of them, and it was so difficult to get me through those front doors. Because I'm pretty tall. I'm 5'9", and my legs were like hanging off of the gurney, and they were just trying to hold it together and hold my arm on. And it took them a couple of tries to try to get through the 2 doors to the entrance and over Joe Perez. And then they put me into the ambulance, and by that time I was more conscious than I was before, and I remember just trying to tell them everything about me, name, address, parents' name, phone numbers, whatever I could until I felt like I was gonna black out again. I remember getting really sleepy. And they just kept talking to me and like, tell me whatever you wanna tell me until we can get you to the hospital. And they were trying to find a vein that they could use in order to give me an IV because I had not had pain medicine, and by this time we're riding towards 440.
Can you describe that pain?
It was complete distress. It was excruciating. I could literally like feel my heart pumping and trying to get blood to the rest of my body. And it just kept oozing and pouring.
The blood?
Yes.
Did they give you any pain medicine during that trip before you got to the hospital?
No, I felt every bump, every dent in the road, everything. And I just kept thinking like, please give me pain medicine, please give me pain medicine. And they couldn't get a vein because the veins in my arm were completely shattered. And so was my leg, and they just couldn't get one. And they were debating on whether they were gonna put one in my neck. But they thought going down the interstate as fast as we were going was too much. And so they couldn't get one, and I didn't get pain medicine until I was in the OR.
How long did it take you to get into the OR? Do you remember?
Probably about 20 minutes, if not longer than that. When I first got to Vanderbilt, I came through the ER entrance, and one of the nurses that was there, actually, I begged her to let me make a call. I wanted to call my parents and tell them where I was. And so she actually went against the rules and pulled out her personal cell phone and asked me what the number was, and I gave her my mom's number because I figured she would answer. She usually does, especially if it's in the morning. My dad's kind of a hard sleeper, and he doesn't answer for anybody unless it's me. And my mom answered, and she was kind of like, "What's going on?" And I just said, "I love you." And I said, "Tell Daddy I love him too." And by that time, they were like, "Okay, we have to go." And so I think the nurse she took the phone from me, and she just said, like, "You need to get to Vanderbilt as soon as possible. There's been an accident." And until the news broke, my parents didn't know that I had been shot. They thought it was a car accident, and they thought, there she is, texting and driving. We told her don't do that, and I don't typically do it, but you know, they were like, "Man, she's been in a car accident. We got to get there." And they're thinking, you know, I'm fine and that it's not life or death. They thought I was okay, but I wasn't.
What's the next memory that you have?
I remember waking up I guess it was the next day. I'd had like an 18-hour surgery, my first surgery. And I think I asked where Diebney was, and like nobody would answer me about where she was. And every time I like tried to ask, they would like give me more pain medicine and pretty much put me back to sleep. So I didn't find out until a couple of days later, because I had to have another 18-hour surgery. Both of those were the life-saving surgeries to try to replace the veins in my arm and leg.
And can you explain what you mean about life-saving surgeries?
Where they come in and they bring a team of doctors, trauma surgeons, plastics. They had a vein doctor that I think was one of the only ones of his kind in like 4 states. And I think he had heard it over the trauma radio and left his home and came in because he knew it was going to be needed based on the injuries that they had described on the radio. And he came in and took a vein graft from my right inner thigh, and they used it to replace 2 arteries in my arm and then one of the arteries in my leg.
How many surgeries have you had since this happened?
Approximately 24.
And can you describe what were you able to do or what were you not able to do after this happened?
In the beginning, I wasn't able to do anything. I needed assistance with moving. I couldn't even walk yet. I couldn't sit up on my own. They had to help feed me, bathe me, clothe me. I couldn't use the restroom on my own. I think that was the most difficult because as a young woman, you know, I'm 24 years old. The last thing I want is somebody to have to help me use the restroom. And having my parents have to learn how to do all my wound care. Doctors and nurses constantly coming in. I had to learn how to feed myself. I was right-handed, so I couldn't use my right arm at all. So I had to teach myself how to do everything with my left hand. Hold a spoon, hold a fork, open things, write my name. That probably took the longest. I was an artist prior to this, so I like to paint and draw, and I did a lot of like paddles and artwork for people that were in sororities and fraternities. That's probably where I made the most money, because I knew the most people that were in our Divine Nine organizations of the National Panhellenic Council, and so they would always come to me like, "Hey, can you paint me a paddle with my name and our chapter and all that stuff on it?" And that was my joy, was to do that and play tennis, and I couldn't do those things anymore.
I want to kind of go back to those first few days that you're in the hospital. Are you watching the news and on social media or are you kind of isolated from what's going on with all of the media attention?
Completely isolated. My parents did not want me watching the news. I didn't have my cell phone. I think it was in police evidence. And then they eventually brought it back to me. I got it much later. But I was completely isolated. I didn't turn the TV on. I think my parents probably moved it to the other side of the room so I wouldn't even be able to get to it.
At some point, did the detectives come to you and talk to you about what happened, about the shooting?
Yes, they did.
And did they come back and see you and bring you a set of photographs?
Yes, they did.
And were you able to identify the person who shot you in those photographs?
Yes, I was.
If I can have just one moment. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask the court's permission to allow Ms. Henderson to actually show her injuries in her arm and her leg to the jury so that she can display the injuries that she's just described.
Would you do that?
Yes, sir.
I guess, Ms. Henderson, if you could just point out to them that entrance wound in your right forearm, and then also the other side of the exit wound. And then if you can show them also that entrance wound in your right bicep area, that part of your arm that's missing. And then if you can show them the wounds to your left leg, both sides of it. And is that the entrance wound on your outer left leg? Thank you, Ms. Henderson. I don't have any other questions, but the defense attorneys might.
They all have any questions? Ms. Henderson, you don't have to get back up here, we'll get you whatever you have up here. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Next one.
There's a state called James Shaw Jr.
Solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shaw. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is James Shaw Jr. JamesShaw Jr.
All right. Mr. Shaw, were you present at a Waffle House on April 22nd, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Where were you coming from?
It had kind of been a long night. I got started downtown at Jonathan's Grill down here. I was invited by a friend named Key, who was real apprehensive going. The whole night was kind of a cluster of different emotions that I didn't want to do or do. Brendan had invited me to one of his fraternity's parties. So we went to the party off of Bell Road in 9 Bar. And that's where we were before the Waffle House.
Did y'all arrive together?
We rode in different vehicles. He has a white Jeep and I have a red 4-door F-150 at the time.
Okay. And what was your relationship with Brennan? Is he your friend or is he your frat brother or what?
He's definitely not my frat brother, but he's my good friend. We've known each other for quite a while through different organizations.
Okay. And so while you were at this party, did you have anything to drink?
No. I'm sober.
You were completely sober?
Yes, sir.
And so when you drive to the Waffle, when you leave the party, where did you go?
So when we leave the party of 9 Bar on Bell Road, there's a Taco Bell that's pretty close to down the street. We pull in the Taco Bell parking lot. Taco Bell was closed. I think McDonald's was closed also. So we drive up the street up Bell Road and we go to the Waffle House that's off Bell Road beside Thornton's gas station. That Waffle House parking lot is completely packed, and me and BJ, because we have bigger vehicles, we just park on the curb and we walk down. It's a lady that has a black Sentra, new, it still has drive-out tags, and somebody had just hit it at the time. And so she was going through, you know, what if you have to go through for to file a claim. So we walk inside the Waffle House. We kind of actually walk all the way around the Waffle House. We get a seat, and we're like, it's a little ratchet in here. So we determined not to sit down at that particular Waffle House. So we get up, and I had been to that Waffle House, the new Waffle House that we were going to go to off Murfreesboro Pike the weekend or 2 weekends before. And I knew it was pretty new, and I knew nobody had been there. So we stopped at the Thorntons, and we made our way to the Waffle House off Murfreesboro Pike.
And Mr. Shaw, about what time are you leaving Thornton's to go to the new Waffle House on Murfreesboro Pike?
I'll say we would leave about 3:15, 3:12. I think we made it to the other Waffle House about 3:18.
Okay. And when you got to the new Waffle House, what did you do when you got there?
Immediately what we did was we pulled in the far north entrance of the Waffle House. Then we made our way to the south end of the Waffle House. BJ pulled in, we left a space in between us, and I backed in.
Okay. And did you get out of the car? Out of your truck, rather?
Yes. BJ got out of his car, and I got out of my truck, and we made kind of a diagonal walk towards the Waffle House.
What was y'all's kind of mood or vibe at the time?
I was honestly kind of annoyed because of what was going on with the party, and I actually didn't want to really be out. I actually just wanted to stay in the house, but it was him and his fraternity, so I thought I should go support, be a good friend, and then I just thought, just go out. But nonetheless, when we got at the Waffle House, we were fine. We had fun. We was laughing. And then we proceeded to walk in.
Did you see a goldish, tannish pickup truck sitting close by the entrance of the Waffle House?
Yes, it was a Chevy Silverado extended cab.
And did you see anyone inside of that truck?
Yes, I did.
You kind of looking over to your left. Are you seeing the person that you saw inside the truck in this courtroom?
He's giving me the same look he did that night.
And what was that look?
Looked like he didn't care.
Did either of you say anything, mention that look, the way that he was looking? You or Mr. McMurray?
So Brennan gave you the PG-13 version. Brennan said to me, "Look at this crazy motherfucker, gonna shoot up the place." When we walked in. And if you look at the video, I turn around and I look back at him and he's still staring at us when we're walking in because he was sizing us up.
What did you do as you got inside?
As we got inside, BJ sat in the third seat at the bar, at the countertop, and I sat in the first seat, and we had a seat in between us.
Why'd you feel like that?
BJ's 5'10", 260. I'm 6'2", 214. We just wanted some space in between us.
Just man code?
Absolutely.
Gotcha. And was there anything about sitting with your back to the windows that gave you any concern?
Well, usually, I don't ever sit with my back to the window. BJ sat down first, and then I had the first seat. There was two ladies beside us in the booth, and then it was a skip booth, then it was Trey and Mike Garth. I could see D'Ebony's face, and then I could see Sharita's back of her head. As I glanced and looked around the whole place, I could see D'Ebony. And like I said, I could see Mike Garth and everybody else, but I was thinking nothing was gonna happen.
Okay, so you're saying that to your right, there were individuals sitting in those booths to the right of you?
Yes, sir.
Did you know them before April 22nd, 2018?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were Mike Garth, who you described, and Trey seated?
They were sitting across from each other in the booth, in the very back booth beside the bathroom entry door.
Okay. And then Sharita and D'Ebony?
They were pretty much right beside us at the booth, right beside us, and I think it was a young lady, now who I know is Kayla Shaw, was sitting kind of close to BJ.
Okay, and so because you say you didn't know her at the time, is she related to you?
Not at all.
Okay. And did you see any other individuals inside of the Waffle House?
We heard Torrin Sanderlin. He said he was gonna go on his 15-minute smoke break. He'd be right back. And we saw, you see the shapes and size of peoples, but at the time I didn't really know them. But I, like I said, looked around and checked my surroundings.
Understood. As you were seated at the bar area waiting, I guess either to order or to eat, what is, are you guys having any conversation? Are you,
So we're talking about the cook, and the cook is the other cook, after Torrin stepped out. The other cook is washing dishes, and as he's washing these dishes, we're just looking at him because he's stacking them up on the shelf, and he keeps stacking them and stacking them. And I guess they had to be at least 12 or 15 plates high, and we're like, those plates are gonna come down. They're gonna crash to the ground. So we have a small little joke about that. Mind you, my phone is on the countertop of the bar. No sooner do we start joking and laughing about that, you kind of hear a noise. I didn't really pay attention. I kind of turn over my left hand shoulder, and you can see this figure kind of falling. Now that I know that's Joe Perez, and then the windows are shot out. It looks like a silver glitter is going through the air. All in one turn, I made a step to my right towards Mike Garth and Trey Sneed, and went towards the bathroom area.
Why did you go that way?
The shots were coming over my left shoulder.
Okay, so you were trying to get away from the gunshots.
I want to survey and get away from the gunshots.
And where did you go?
Immediately, I just went to the right. When I fell, BJ picked me up, and he went into the bathroom before me. So that's how he got in there before me. I was actually going to step on the booth, the empty booth, and jump over and try to run out. But something told me, no, don't do that. And they were in the back, and we all went through the swivel door. And this is when I just stopped behind the door and looked through the other glass window. And then he turned the gun towards me, and he let off a round.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to show 5 Mr. Shaw a copy of what has previously been admitted, a copy of what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 5AA. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Wrong picture?
No, it's the right picture. I just need to show it to on the overhead, so. That was my mistake. Okay. Yes. Now that you've seen that image though, which is Exhibit 5AA, is that the area where you were standing behind that door?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show it to you. This image, what is it looking at? What is it showing?
The image is showing the doorway to the bathroom area.
And who else was behind that door with you?
Just in this area or in the bathrooms also?
Both.
Mike Garth and Trey Sneed are actually in the hallway with me. Brenda McMurray, Adiba, Alex, his girlfriend, Alexis, at the time. I didn't mean to mispronounce her name. They were in, I think, the closest bathroom to my left at the time. And I think it was Maya Forrest was in the boys' bathroom, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. As you're hearing gunshots, are you standing or are you on the ground?
I would be standing like here. And I'm looking through the window, but I'm also listening to the gun, and it's not a handgun. It's more rapid fires. It's not pow, pow, pow. It's
And so how could you tell that wasn't a handgun?
It was a lot more deafening than what a handgun is. And it was, like I said, it was more rapid fire than it was finger pulled trigger one at a time.
And so as you were standing behind the door, what were Mike Garth and Trey Sneed doing?
I'm not sure they were behind me. They were, I'm assuming, taking cover.
Did you ever hear any gunshots come through the door into your space?
Yes.
Describe that.
It was more of a whistle. And come to find out, it struck me later, my arm. It just was a graze, but I didn't know that until I was completely outside. And one of the cops and BJ had brought me up a chair, and they were like, "Are you okay? Look at your arm." I actually didn't know it at the time.
Okay. And did you suffer any injuries to your arm?
I mean, I still have the gunshot wound, the keloided. I have a scrape on my elbow, I have a scrape on my knee, a couple scratches on my face from when we had an altercation and struggle over the gun. Nothing cocoa butter couldn't fix.
Understood. What, if anything, did you do? I'm sorry. Was there ever a pause in the gunshots?
Yes, it was.
What did you do when you heard the pause?
I acted.
What do you mean by that?
There was a voice that told me to do it. Do it now. And I acted upon that voice. Because I didn't see any other way. That's why I didn't go in the bathroom. Because I told myself that's like shooting fish in a barrel, literally. So I wanted to stay outside that door. Try to keep eye on him and just try to find my moment. Just try to find my opportunity. And it presented itself.
And what did you do when you found your moment?
ran through the door as fast as I could. In such a short corridor, there's really only 2 steps that I took behind the door, and I just ran through the door thinking it's either gonna be me or him, or it's gonna be, you know, death. We'll see what happens.
What did you hit the door with?
My left shoulder, my whole body, everything that I could to put through the door, to put in him.
Did you see Mr. Reinking point the gun down before you rushed the door?
Absolutely.
And what did you think he was doing?
Reloaded, put another magazine in.
Once you rushed the door, what happened?
So I had to think while we were literally fighting. I had to think of what I could do and not get injured at the same time and get away. So giving up my hand was the only thing I could do. You're gonna have to grab the barrel, James. You're gonna have to push it down.
That's the conversation you're having with yourself in your mind? Say yes.
Yes, sir.
Did the 2 of you have to struggle over the weapon?
Yes, sir.
And go ahead.
So when I first run through the door, knocks him off balance, gets up. I then grab the gun with my right hand, the barrel, and I point the barrel down because I know if the barrel's pointed down to the ground, it can't hurt me. It can't really hurt anybody if it's pointed down to the ground. And so I take him and I'm kind of choking him with my left hand, and I'm pushing him out the way, and he kind of goes for my left hand, and as he goes for my left hand, I take my right hand off. You still use my right hand. I take my left hand off of him, and I just pulling up, and I finally get the gun, and I throw it, and I watch the gun look like it was in the air for days, and I just watched it glide, and it finally went over the bar, and then I wanted to get to safety, and he was in the way, so I moved him out the way.
And when you say you moved him out of the way, where did you move him?
I moved him out of the way. I moved him out of my way. My way to safety was outside, and he was standing in front of it. So at that point, I didn't care if it was Shaq or anybody. He was in my way. Get out my way. So I pushed him out my way. I manhandled him out my way. I overpowered him out my way.
What did he do once he got outside?
He then moved. We made kind of a V shape because he walked on the further side of in between me and BJ's car, and he kind of trotted away. When I came out, I was running, and I made a right turn, and I went around the south end of the building, and I made a turn, and I slipped and fell. That's when I scratched my knee. And I'm still watching him because I thought he was behind me, following me, but he went towards, I think it's Pinhook. He went down Murfreesboro Pike, and Pinhook is to the left, and I think it's Summit, and he just went down Murfreesboro Pike. So after a little while, I made sure he was gone. I kind of looked, he was gone. Jumped in my truck. On my truck at that time, I could have just typed in a PIN code and get my truck, and I kind of took off and stopped and realized I needed to get BJ. So I stopped, I opened my door, I'm screaming, BJ, 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 BJ. He doesn't come, but I'm still kind of, I don't know where he is. So I take off, and then I say, I need to call 911. Well, my phone's face down on the countertop, and I'm checking, and I don't have anything to call. So I stopped an Uber driver and I stopped this girl and I tell him to call the police. I was in the easeway / intersection of Murfreesboro Pike and the Waffle House. They stopped and called. I turned my truck around and my truck is pointing with the nose towards Waffle House. And then I take it upon myself because I'm BJ's son and daughter. I'm their godfather. So I just have to, I gotta go find him.
Mr. Shaw, I wanna stop you. I wanna stop you there. I wanna go back to the struggle that you had with the defendant. While you're inside the Waffle House, did you hear him saying anything?
He was more so like inside the Waffle House?
Inside.
It might have been some curse words he might have let out. 100% was focused on getting the gun away from him.
And once you got outside the Waffle House, did you hear him say anything to you?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Some along the lines of, this nigger disarm me.
Now, Mr. Shaw, will you describe for us how you were able to disarm him? Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have Mr. Shaw show using exhibit number 13, where he touched where he had to touch the firearm. And if he could be allowed to step down from the... And Mr. Shaw will need to put some gloves on before he touches the weapon.
Just bring it around here. Set it up on the table, probably. Yeah. Yeah, we move to object to any sort of reenactment on the basis of 43. Oh. So, yeah, we're gonna have to move this other minute, I think. My right hand on the gun like this. We're tussling the airplane forward. And my left hand is kind of choking him, I'm trying to push him up against the glass, just to get any kind of leverage or any kind of anything we need to win.
Mr. Shaw, did the barrel burn your hand?
Yeah.
Which hand? You were saying you were trying to do anything you could to win, to get the gun from him?
Yeah, to get the weapon from him.
And about how long did it take you to win? I'm not asking I don't want the barrel to get pointed at anybody out of concern. I can. Now, Mr. Shaw, have you seen any surveillance video of what occurred inside the Waffle House?
Yes, sir.
And was that surveillance video a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred?
Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to publish what has previously been admitted as Exhibit 3, and this video is contained on the disc with the title Video 3. Sorry. Wrong thing. No. We do intend to admit that image eventually, so my apologies, just out of order. Okay. Mr. Shaw, whose vehicles are those moving through the parking lot?
The white Jeep is Brendan McMurray's, and the red F-150 is my truck. The gold truck.
Sure.
The gold truck is Mr. Reinking's truck.
Okay. And so what are the two of you doing now? You and Mr. McMurray?
We're walking, like I said, at that angle to try to get into the Waffle House. BJ's wearing the white pants, brown shirt. I'm wearing all gray with brown boots.
Now, can you tell me what it appears BJ's doing right there?
To me, it seems like BJ's actually looking towards Mr. Reinking.
And what about now?
He sees him.
Okay. And what are you doing?
Right now, I'm not looking at him right now.
Did you see whether or not you looked at him?
Probably right there. Well, it's kind of choppy. But definitely right here. Right here, where I'm looking back. Took that step back. It was just his, you know how you go in somebody's house and the picture is not square?
Yes. What do you mean by that?
That's the kind of energy he was giving me. His energy wasn't right. You could just, I could just feel it. It was just, then when we entered, that was the reason I turned around like that. That's when BJ said what he said.
Okay. The individuals who are sitting at this booth back here, who are they? Can you see?
Mike Arth and Trey Sneed.
What is you and Mr. McMurray doing at this moment?
I think we're both kind of texting right now on our phones. I think we started talking about the cook washing dishes. As you can see on the shelf back there, the dishes are quite high. We're just kind of, I think we're just now just looking at the menu.
Do you remember that moment right there?
The first shot fired into the building?
Yes.
Yes. For me, that first moment was to take cover.
Who is this individual now walking through the store?
Travis Reinking.
And who is the individual now running out of the restaurant?
Travis Reinking.
And had you already run out of the restaurant?
Yes, it kind of cuts it off, but I was kind of tight to the building. I'm more so in the grass area.
Okay. And who is this right here?
Joe Perez. So that's me coming back in frame. I was trying to make sure he was gone.
What are you doing now?
This is me calling for BJ. Still don't know where Mr. Reinking is, but I wanted to get BJ or let him know that I was out there because I had seen what was going on. I'm trying to tell people not to pull in, not to stop, but I'm kind of frantic. I'm kind of in problem solver mode right now.
Mr. Shaw, did you ever go back inside the Waffle House that evening?
Yes, sir.
What did you see when you walked back in?
So I saw everybody that was either shot or passed that night. When I came back down and had my truck nose facing the Waffle House, I had to see Torrance Sandon. He was missing part of his dreadlocks because the back of his head was gone. And he was laying in such a way that I knew he wasn't alive. If you went in the Waffle House, it was not a way that you couldn't see Joe Perez. He was just that close to the door. His head was disfigured. He had on whitewashed jeans. He had on Air Max Nikes 270s. They had a pink bubble on the back of them. I think he had a gray jacket on and a cap, but the cap was blown off, obviously. His head was disfigured, and his eyes was like a milky gray. And he was not laying in a way that looked comfortable to lay, other than being dead. Neither one of them were making any kind of movement at all. No chest compressions up and down, nothing. So I proceeded to walk on the inside, and I said, BJ. And a young lady says, "This him over here?" I think it might have been Kayla Shaw, but I'm not exactly sure. And I kept saying BJ, and I had to step over Akilah. And I had to step back after I went to the left. I had to come back right, because I remember BJ went to the bathroom. So when I go back to the right, I see BJ I know he's fair-skinned, but BJ was almost as white as this cup up here. Because he didn't know what happened. And I did know what happened. And I was trying to tell him to come on. And he just told me about his keys. I gotta get my keys. He kept telling me about his keys, and I was frustrated because I was telling him, like, look, I already fought, dude. I already know what's going on. We need to go. And then I can kind of know, I mean, it's quiet. It's an eerie quiet. There's no screaming. It's dead silence. And I can still see people huddled down, and I'm telling people everybody needs to leave. Everybody needs to get out, because at the time the cook was trying to tell everybody to take cover. And I see Sharita, and when I see her, the first thing that comes to my mind is, how can I move her? She asked me for help, but I'm thinking, how can I move her? I can't. And my mind is just, I can't move her.
And why did you feel like you could not move her?
The best example I can give you is her leg looked like a banana peel with no banana in it. It was just hanging there. And I saw it, and I saw the ebony up under the table, laying in such a way that, you know, I knew she wasn't alive anymore. And when I seen Sharita, it was just, I couldn't help her. I wanted to, but I mean, I can see it now. I've been seeing it for 1,380 days.
Did you just do that math today?
No, I've been I keep it, I just been keeping it.
Did you see Akilah and Shantia?
Shantia also asked for help, and her leg was pretty much the same way, and I regrettably had to tell her that I couldn't help her either. I tried to get everybody out. That was my goal, my mission.
Mr. Shaw, do you have any experience in law enforcement, being a paramedic, EMT, anything like that, military?
No, sir.
So as you're trying to help people, what led you to be able to assist people that day?
I was favored. I was blessed.
And Mr. Shaw, you've obviously been called a hero by many people. Would you say that you were acting out of altruism?
Sure. I mean, you know, in the moment it's real rough to put a label on it, right? After you seen what I seen, and you had to tell these two ladies, I can't help you. But truth and honesty was, I really couldn't move you. I would love to help you, but I couldn't help you.
Your Honor, the last thing I'd like to do is pass up the two images which I've shown and provided a copy to defense counsel.
And are these on any of the earlier exhibits, or these new?
These are new, Your Honor.
I'll just look up.
And Mr. Shaw, do you recognize those images?
Mm-hmm.
And they've been pre-marked as A and B. Could you tell me, what are they?
This first image here is me at the hospital. We went to the hospital. We were at the hospital and they had wrapped my hands up. I went to Southern Hills. They wrapped my hand up and they determined I had second-degree burns from grabbing the gun. The mark on my elbow right here is from when I ran around the building and fell. Right here is where the bullet grazed my I guess you could say elbow area, forearm area.
Mr. Jones, rather than describing all this, tell them whether or not you can identify and then let me put it on the screen.
Yeah, I identify, bro.
Thank you, Judge. And
I think that's what you're about ready.
that is,
Okay.
yes. I'd ask that be made the next exhibit. I have yes, I'm gonna put it on the computer. Okay. Now, this is 16A, for the record. And you were just saying, describing the injuries, Mr. Shaw, where is the injury to your hand, the burn injury to your hand?
The burn injury to my hand was from the web of my thumb, probably up to my index. And then it was on all 4 of my regular fingers were all burned from grabbing the barrel of the gun and wrapping my hands around the barrel.
Okay. And what is this injury right here?
That's from when I fell and slid on my elbow when I ran around the side of the Waffle House.
Okay. And is there another injury to your arm in this picture?
Yeah, right here is where the bullet grazed me and it's kind of off the frame, but.
Okay. And then I'd like to show 16B. And what does this image show?
I'm at my church, and that's me with some gauze on my hands. And as you can see here, my fingers got burrs and blood and glass in it, and same thing right here. And my hand was pretty much burnt in this general area.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And thank you for what you did.
Good evening, Mr. Shaw. Just a few questions for you. Going back to, we watched the video of it, but going back to the time you engage with Mr. Reinking and take the gun from him and you throw it over the counter. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I think what you said was that at that point in time, you just wanted to leave and get outside, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said something to the effect that you pushed him out of the way, or got him out of the way, moved him out of the way. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you moved him out of the way, were you still inside the Waffle House? When what you're saying move him out of the way, were you still inside the Waffle House at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. So once you got the gun and you made a motion where you throw the gun over the counter, what is Mr. Reinking doing at that point?
Still trying to fight me.
Okay, and my understanding though, you're already in the Waffle House next to the tables when this is happening, right?
Can we just pull the video back up?
I'm just asking you, if you remember when you engaged with him with the rifle, were you inside the Waffle House?
Yes, we were inside the Waffle House.
Okay. Once you obtained the rifle, you got the rifle from him and you threw it over the counter at that point. Is that when you went to leave to exit the Waffle House? Or did you stay in there for a longer period of time?
No, I wanted to leave.
Okay. And so did you immediately go to leave at that point?
I tried, but he was in the way.
Okay. And when you say he was in the way, were y'all still inside the Waffle House?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time is when you said you moved him, pushed him, however you want to describe it, but basically you moved him out of the way. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been if you're trying to exit the Waffle House, that would have been to your right.
Well, it's two doors. We were together through the first door, the first breezeway door, and then the second door is when we pushed apart. But we were still in.
Okay. Was he already out that first door when you were trying to leave, or did?
No, he was not out the first door.
Were y'all still engaged together?
Yes, sir. We were engaged all the way through till we broke through outside pretty much.
Okay. And then once you broke apart and went outside, and I think you went to the left. Is that correct?
Well, I'm staying tight to the building. I'm not in the sidewalk. He was in the sidewalk because his coat came off and he tried to put his coat back on.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is, when you exited the Waffle House, you went out to the right. What I call the second door.
I went to the right.
Did your vehicle was to the right and you went to the right, which is exactly where he was, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you in front of him? Did you get out before he did, or did he get out before you did?
I got out before he did.
Okay. And you basically took off running at that point away from the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was behind you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you turning around and looking at him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think, and so you were in front of him running away, and he was behind you. And I think the way that you previously described it, you said that he was trotting away, I think is the term used earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after that, you went to the Southern Hills Hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe it was a Detective Summerall and a Detective Claire that interviewed you there?
I can't remember, 1,380 days ago.
Okay. Well, were you interviewed by law enforcement there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you hadn't been drinking that night, so I imagine your mind's pretty clear when you're telling them what happened, right?
As clear as can be after seeing what I saw.
All right. Was there one or two detectives, if you recall, that interviewed you?
Two.
Okay. And when they interviewed you, you basically, one of the things that you told them was that he was, I think the wording was that that the suspect had left on foot. He was not running, but just walking at a fast pace. And is that what you mean when you were saying trotting away? Okay. Now, I'd also think that evening, they basically were asking you what happened. And there came a point in time, Mr. Shaw, didn't it, when they asked you, did the suspect say anything racial whatsoever? Do you recall being asked that?
No, sir.
You don't recall them asking you what that night, whether that the suspect had said anything that was racial in nature?
No, sir.
All right. Do you recall telling them that you never heard anything racial in nature?
No, I asked him.
Okay. All right. Would you agree that you did not tell them, you gave a statement in this courtroom just not that long ago that was racial in nature? You recall it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never told the detectives that when they first met with you, right?
I'm not sure, sir.
You're not sure?
Not sure,
Okay.
sir.
In fact, you've never told law enforcement that, have you?
Sure, sir. We didn't.
Pardon me?
Okay.
I didn't understand you.
I said I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Just 1 second. Mr. Shaw, were you interviewed a few days later after the incident at the police department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the same, do you recall whether or not those were the same officers that interviewed you at the hospital?
I don't know if they were the same officers or not, sir.
Okay. Were there two detectives that interviewed you at the police department?
Yes, sir. North Precinct.
I'm not sure which police department. I just know it was at a police department.
Oh, well, yes, sir. I don't want to. Okay.
Okay. And at that time, do you recall them specifically asking you, was there anything racially said by the suspect?
I don't know if it was worded as racial. I remember them saying something. Did you hear anything?
Okay, and you told them no, you had not heard anything that was racial in nature. Isn't that correct?
They said, did you hear anything? And I said, I'm not sure.
But you didn't tell them you heard anything racial, correct?
Because I wasn't sure at the time, sir.
Thank you for the question. Redirect.
Yes, Shaw. Mr. Shaw, to be clear, your testimony today is based on your recollection and your recollection alone.
Correct.
Okay. No one has told you to add any extra phrases or things to your testimony?
No, sir.
That's it.
Anything else? No. All right, Mr. John, you may step down, sir. Thank you. About that one.
I was gonna ask you for a chair. If you need it.
Miss Norman is acting like nobody's tired and wants to get out of here. I'm joking. We just want to make sure that we were stopping. Sometimes I am not to stop. But we are going to recess for this evening. Before we do that, I don't think we have to worry about, let me put it this way. If there's any news coverage that you bump into, please report it to me so I can get me a new staff to start with. And secondly, get away from it, do not pay it any attention. Again, whatever verdict you render in this case has to be based solely on the evidence you hear in this courtroom, and the law applies to the evidence. You cannot allow any outside information to influence you or otherwise become involved in your deliberation process. If anybody should attempt to communicate with you about the trial case, please advise my staff immediately. They pointed out they're at each end of the hallway where you are, acting as monitors so you can't sneak out like teenagers in the night. Did they do a good job last night, or did any of you get away? Is taking a Fifth Amendment on that one? But in any event, if anything should arise that you need anything from, make sure my staff is there to make sure that you're taken care of and to keep everybody away from it. Must remain open-minded. You can't have any discussions when you go back to the hotel tonight, when you're having dinner, whatever the case may be, about this trial or anything related to this trial. I mean, nothing. Can't talk about the way everybody's dressed or whatever the case may be. Zero communications about anything that's transpired in this courtroom. You must keep your thoughts to yourself, remain open-minded. And we'll start back again at 8:30 in the morning, or as close there to as possible. All right, anything else from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, go have a good evening, and we'll see you back here in the morning.